What would happen if I start enabling the security center? It's going to actually protect all these resources, and it would be cost based on these costing would applicable for me. So what exactly Azure Security Center is? It's a unified infrastructure security management system that strengthens your complete security posture of your data center and provides advanced threat protection across your hybrid workloads in the cloud, whether they are in Azure or not. So it doesn't matter if they are in on premises or not, but it's gonna protect you, the entire communication and other things by keeping your resources safe in a joint effort between your Azure cloud provider and Azure, and to you also, because when I say to you, to the customer from their workloads which are coming from your data center. You have to make sure your workloads are secure as you move to the cloud, and at the same time when you move to infrastructure as a service, there is a more customer responsibility than the platform as a service a model, or maybe a software as a service model, right? So we talked about this roles and responsibilities when it comes to the IaaS and PaaS and SaaS model. And Azure Security Center provides you the tools that you needed to harden your network, securing your services to make all that on top of the security posture, like rapidly changing workloads or increasing the sophisticated attacks. That all would be automatically taken care of these workloads with the Azure Security Center, and it would actually provide you securing you all the resources, and it actually protects yourself against these kind of challenges that our security center provides to you. For example, strengthening your security posture, protecting against threats, or getting secure faster because it's a ready to use service and it can be easily configured. And you can configure the complete architecture in a such a way to configure right starting from the policy based controls, and then you can apply the policies and compliance based governance policies over time and secure them with the continuous assessment. Let me show you what I'm talking with the Microsoft documentation. If I just go to this document page, so you have this kind of policy management can be applied. That means the limited permissions can be applied, and you can secure the entire management, and you get the compliance and subscription level, what is covered and what is not covered, and continuously you can monitor if anything goes wrong. For example, these are the computers are compromised, or maybe does not have the MFA account, or maybe it does not have some kind of patch, or it could have a RDP vulnerability. Such things would be automatically identified. If you see here, the HTTPS preview mechanism is some kind of warning here, or you can if the disk is not configured with the encryption, it would give you those options, and it configures in a such a way and makes easy for us from the different kind of protections would happen. So it's quite fast compared to any kind of configuration that you can do it, because it will do all the assessment and it gives you the report, and you can take actions based on that remediations or recommendations that are provided by Security Center. The next point would be the Azure Key Vault. Key Vault is basically it gives you flexibility to securely store your secret passwords and your application connection strings and other information that you wanted to keep it as secure, which is useful within your applications. For example, we can define as at least the 3-4 different problems can be addressed. For example, secret management. This would we can say that the passwords and certificates, API keys, other secret information can be stored into the secret management. And the key management is the key vault makes it easy to create your controlled encryption keys or decryption keys that specific. And certificate management also, like for example, you want to configure your internal on-premises servers and the Azure cloud connected servers or applications you want to integrate with them. Between that, you need to have some kind of certificates, maybe TSL or SSL certificates, so that certificates can be stored securely, and that can be issued. Key vault management, and also you can store the secret backend hardware security modules also can be stored. If you think that why we have to use Key Vault as the Azure services, The reason being, there are a few reasons we can say that it's a centralized application secrets, and it can store securely all the secrets and keys, and you can monitor that access when they actually used, so that that this application or some kind of streaming hub or maybe event hub or whatever the things are going to be happen, you can log it into the Azure monitoring, and you can monitor very well. On top of it, you have the advantage of a simplified administration of complete application secrets. So if you want to remove the need of any in-house knowledge of hardware security modules, you can take it out and you can scale up on a short notice to meet your organization, use your spikes, and replicating the content of your key vault within a region, from that region to your secondary region. That replication ensures the high availability and takes the away of need of any kind of actions on the administrators or trigger the failover. So there are a lot of advantages with these by using the Azure Key Vault. And the next one would be the Azure Monitoring Logs, which talks about a monitoring service that collects the telemetry data and other data, and that provides a query language for you as an interface, and it would be gives you the analytic engine to deliver operational insights of your apps and resources, so that this can be used as alone or with the services as security center. So you can combine with the security center to get more benefit out of it, or you can use also a standalone service. And coming back to the Azure Devs and Test Labs, it's a service that will helps for the developers and testers quickly create environments within the Microsoft Azure cloud, while minimizing the waste and controlling the cost, so that they can simply spin up the labs, the test labs, and then they can test their applications, quickly provision the applications on maybe a Windows or Linux environments, and you can easily integrate your deployment pipelines with the dev test labs to provision on-demand environments, and you can scale up easily, and you can test those big applications by pre-provisioning those training and the demo kind of environments. Next point would be the storage and security. Within the storage and security, you do have few other bullet points like securing your storage account with the encryption. So we did actually talk on that. If you can, remember, like our services. By the way, this is how you can, create the key vault specific information, and this can be viewed from your resource section. Make sure that you check it. But let's go back to the storage account. Within the storage account, you have any of the accounts. If you want to for example, this is one of the storage account, you need to enable the encryption, so Microsoft managed, or you can manage with the custom keys, or you can pull out from the key vault. If you have a service is already there, you can select that specific key vault service, and then store that key also directly from the storage account. Encryption keys also can be stored, and you can customize it, and you can encrypt it directly. If not, you can use the Microsoft managed keys. That way you can encrypt it. So this is what the encryption option, what we have talked about it in the previous lectures also, if you can remember. And also store simple encrypted hybrid. This is the integrated storage solution that manages your storage tasks between your on-premises devices and Azure Cloud Storage. So this is a simple virtual array which is coming up with the integrated solution from the storage side that can manage your storage tasks between your on-premises and virtual array running in a hypervisor and Microsoft Azure Cloud Storage. So this virtual array is an efficient and cost-effective and easily managed file server or iSCSI server solution that eliminates many of the issues and expenses associated with your enterprise storage and data protection. So this virtual array is practically well suited for the storage of frequently accessed archival data. And the next one is Azure client-side encryption. This is again comes into the key vault, because anything which comes into the encryption, key vault is a service which would store that keys information. So let's talk about what exactly Azure client-side encryption. A client-side encryption solution that encrypts your data inside your client application before actually it's getting uploaded into Microsoft Azure storage. Also decrypts the data while it is downloading. So for that, you need to integrate with your key vault also the services, and then it can be walked. So this is one of the service for the client and server. And followed by Azure Storage Shared Access Signature. In fact, we did look into this in the storage account creation and other demos, but let me show you once again. This is basically gives the shared access signature, provides the delegation access across your data while it is accessing. For example, if you just go to your one of the storage account and go to uh, shared access signature, this is where you can get a kind of access if you really want it. For example, you can generate a SaaS signature connection that's going to actually generate. So if a person needs to program it, you can actually go and give this access, so that would automatically gives us a connection string to connect it. And later point, if you want how play along with, like as I said earlier, client-side encryption, you want to play, then this is a connection string you are gonna use it, and that encryption mechanism for that you can integrate with your key vault. Or just to access, somebody wants to download the files from directly, so this is a key to directly copy, or you can actually generate these are the keys with the read, write, delete, or whatever the permission, and from when to when. So within this period of the time, these things can be allowed. And also you can restrict with the IPs and such things, HTTPS or HTTPS, or the kind of different protocols you can use it. And also it's going to sign in with the key 1 and key 2 also. So this gives the uh, really great access, because you can't compromise with the key 1 and key 2. So key 1 and key 2 is access keys never changes. If not, you need to change it, these keys. For example, these are the keys default, and if you are regenerating, then you must have to regenerate. Otherwise, if these keys are compromised, for example, I have shown you here, if these keys gets compromised now, so you can't you can access my entire files since you have these keys. So to prevent that, what I have to do is, post to the demo, I have to regenerate these keys. That's a primary key and the secondary key, key 1 and key 2. And for the based on these keys, actually you are granting a permission to this blob or file or queue or whatever the service you want to allow, and you can take the access level on based on that, and the between, from, and when time which is going to end. So these are the time zones you can create and generate the key. So that's how it's going to work. I hope this is useful for a specific to the Azure storage shared access signature. And also you have the Azure storage account key. So I did talk about already the Azure storage account key now, which is nothing but a primary key and the secondary key. So normally what would happen is we would actually change let's say there is an storage admin, or maybe Azure admin, he has changed his job. So these keys, or if these keys are compromised, he can download entire information directly from the storage account, because you see here a lot of data will be there under containers and tables, so that entire data is compromised. So you make sure that you change these keys if any of the engineer is changed. So it's not that only the keys are very critical, that's what I wanted to say here. These are the keys which will give you access for connecting to this storage account. And also the next point would be the Azure file shared with SMB encryption. So this is the one which we wanted to talk. So for that, it actually gives you an option where you can connect the file share with the network based automatic encryption based one with a protocol called SMB. That's like your normal your very normal UNC kind of environment. You can connect, you can map it, but the data is completely encrypted when it is actually used it. In fact, we did actually talk about the Azure file share with the SMB protocol specific in one of the demos. So this is where it actually used file and share, where you can create a file shares, and then you can map and the space you can give it. and that's where you can share it, the complete drive, or you can actually use this shared folder or UNC or SMB based one for lift and shift kind of migrations, or any of the file servers you want to migrate it, or maybe you want to migrate your NAS servers by replacing with SMB. You can do it very well. So this is like your map drives or maybe your file servers. All that can be lift and shift cases, or any data that you wanted to lift and shift. Then this is the best place. You can go through it with the file and share services. The next one would be the Azure Storage Analytics. So this is very useful in terms of logging information and finding out the metrics about your storage account, the data like you create, you delete, kind of metrics. So let me show you that how to configure. If you go to your storage account and select one of the storage account that you wanted to configure and go to monitoring, which is a classic one, and within this you have the diagnostic settings. This is where you can enable and you can store hourly blob files. All that can be configured here. I wanted to read and write and delete information to be saved. Matrix information, such information can be directly configured here. Once you have done all this enabling, this is going to write automatically that information with related information, and you can save that configuration. That's where you can have the information about logging and metrics generating technology for your data within your storage account. So if something goes wrong, you know where to check it. These logs will give you more information. That's all about the storage security. Now let's jump into the next point, which is a database security. Right, that's a database security. So within the database security, you can configure your SQL firewalls, and you can configure your SQL Server, uh, cell level encryption and connection encryption, always on encryption, and the transparent data protection, database auditing. Such configurations you can do it. So what exactly this SQL firewall is? It's a network's access control feature that protects against your network based attacks to your database. And also database security wise, you can also enable the cell level encryption. So what it does is actually the database security technology that provides the encryption at a granular level will be done here. And the connection encryption will be the feature which is provided by this from the security side for the database control access with the firewall rules, limiting connectivity by IP address or authentication mechanisms requiring users to prove their identity, and authorization mechanisms limiting to the users that are specific actions and data. And Azure SQL encryption is a method to protect your sensitive data such as your credit card numbers or national identification numbers, for example US social security numbers, or stored in the SQL database or SQL server databases. Then you would be using the always encryption mechanism. And also SQL transparent database data encryption, which is a database security feature that encrypts the storage of your entire database, not just the tables or the cells. It's going to be full database can be encrypted with this feature. And also the Azure SQL database auditing will make you enables for the auditing feature that tracks your database events and writes them into audit log within your storage account. And now when we go back to the identity management, or IAM management, you know that you have to work with the Azure Active Directory. Within the Azure Active Directory, you have the role-based management access. So that's where you have different options that we can configure so that the different users can perform different actions who are your Azure Active Directory admins. Let me show you the role-based access. Here you have the roles and administration. This is where all the different roles has been already predefined, which are built in. If you can see here, application administrator can create and manage all aspects of app registrations, such things. So if he's a help desk admin, he can reset the password for non-admins, just the help desk admin. And like this, different roles has been already there. You can grant them. For example, if I take one of the user, maybe test demo user, I can grant him, assign the roles. Go back here. and simply assign. I don't have the permissions because I logged in as a normal user, but in case if you have the different permissions, you can actually assign it different permissions. Since I don't have much permissions on this account because I did not log in as the global admin or the permission, so otherwise I would normally getting here the roles which I can assign. But that's how you can manage here RBAC specific things. Let me show you here which I was not able to show you in the last few seconds back. So if I just go to the back, I can add here as a different roles. For example, I can assign here maybe password administrator, so he can reset the passwords for non-administrators, but just for the users. So such kind of configurations I can do it directly from here. So these are the roles which are already available. And similarly, if I just go back to any of the object or resources, I can specifically, explicitly, I can configure as the ARM settings. For example, I want to grant for virtual network some kind of an access. So I'm gonna here assign for a specific user. Simply just go and add role assignment, or co-administrator also can be done directly from here. So that means this demo user is now he can actually have the permissions. So I just need to select here what kind of permissions I need to grant here. I want to make him as a contributor or reader, or I can delete or read, or make him as the full admin. Such kind of configurations I can do it. For example, you see here log analytic contributor. He can go for the dev test lab user. Such kind of configurations I can configure so that this specific user can get that specific access with the help of ARM. So that's all about the permissions granting. You can read about what kind of access we have, and this exam AZ-900 is very limited in terms of the roles and other things, but you need to have an idea what exactly we are talking about. Now we are talking about the here the next point would be the Azure Active Directory, which is a cloud-based Active Directory. So what exactly this Azure Active Directory? Azure Active Directory is a cloud-based and managed version of Active Directory domain services. If you want to know more information, like Azure Active Directory Domain Services provides this managed domain services such as a domain join or your group policy, lightweight directory access protocol like LDAP, and your Kerberos and NTLM authentication, that all fully compatible with your on-premises Active Directory. So by using this, your domain services without the need of you can deploy and manage patch your domain controllers in the cloud, so you don't need to do all these things because it's just readily available for you. And as your Active Directory domain services integrates with your existing Azure Active Directory tenant, and which makes it possible for users to sign in with their existing username and the password or their credentials altogether. And you can also use existing groups that you have in within your on-premises Active Directory, and you can secure those access or to the resources that you have already configured, so you no need to worry about much on that part. So that makes the Azure Active Directory a specific one. We did also talk about the multi-factor authentication in the previous lectures. Azure Active Directory B2C is when I say B2C, business to customer, so it means that if you have an identity management services that enables you to give a control over your customer sign in or sign up configuration, so that they can you can manage their profiles when they are using the Azure based applications. Let's take one of the examples and let's run on that part. So if you can see here, this is what we are talking about. Azure Active Directory B2C provides your business to your customer identity as a service. So what would happen is, if you have your applications, business applications, which needs to be use your customers, in this case customers can sign in with their social IDs or emails or local accounts. All they have to do is just one of these authentication. For example, you want to access this analytics services, so you have a Facebook authentication. That means you have a Facebook ID. So all they have to do is when they try to access this authentication, you would normally give a pop-up saying that, hey, you can either register, sign up with your Facebook or Microsoft ID or maybe any of these social accounts, and then they can sign up, and that information you would be capturing into Azure Active Directory B2C, and you would grant that access information. So you may be wondering, well, how it would happen in the background. You need to whatever the social providers you are giving, so there's a SAML provider, so these are all the SAML providers, so that information you would be making here as in the background as the integration, so that all these external information would be stored in your B2C database, like user GUID information. So you're actually not storing the exact password, but a hash kind of thing would be stored, that would verifies whether this user is really exist and he is signed in. If the sign in was a success, then that actually returns the information, so that you would actually grant the access to be allowed for that specific user, so that makes very easy, so that you get more control on your customers and your partners, that way more business in terms of authentication purpose. And the next one would be the Azure Active Directory Domain Services, ADDS. This is a cloud-based managed version of Active Directory services, or the domain services. We talked about it, so this is we did talk about this very similar. This is nothing but your ADDS over the cloud, and you can manage your on-premises as well as the cloud services with the configuration. And let's jump into the Azure multi-factor authentication. We did talk about this already and in the previous lectures. So multi-factor authentication gives you more than 2 different factors of authentication, so that it's exactly uh, validating whether you are somebody else, so that more than 2 different mechanisms it's going to validate, like it's going to give you a cell phone to your cell phone as a message or a ring, or it's going to pop up, or maybe in an authenticated application it gives you some kind of code. Such things can be configured, and this is part of your Azure Active Directory Premium P1 and P2, and also the Office 365 services. And if you're looking for more information, you can check out the previous lecture on multi-factor authentication. And now more about the Azure backup and disaster recovery services. As you know that Microsoft Azure Cloud also offers you the backup and recovery services. So there are 2 different categories here within this. So the first one would be the backup service. So either you want to take complete backup of your on-premises VMs or on-premises machines as a file level, or complete VM or complete machine level. And also you can, I mean, when I say in the backup, you have the 2 options: one the file, and other one would be the complete machine, and other one would be the site recovery. So when we talk about the site recovery, there can be we can talk about Azure to Azure, or on-premises to Azure, or Azure to on-premises. All the ways it can be done. So this can be fully automated. It's gonna spin up as soon as the disaster happens. It would verify that heartbeat, and it can spin up, or you can manually do the failover also. So that's the site recovery. And again, for this also, these saving all that information, Key Vault would be one of the services where it's going to save that backup ID, or securing the key information would be stored into the Key Vault services. So Key Vault is very important. By this time you might have and understood. And coming back to the networking section, there are a couple of things which we have already talked about in the networking sections, like securing with the NSG, where you can secure with VNets completely with the secure security groups. You can configure and you can allow based on some kind of rules only for allowing or denying kind of decisions can be taken. And coming back to the Azure VPN gateway, this is the one we talked for a network device. It's going to set up within the Azure cloud. So think that you have in your on-premises, you have a VPN device. Similar device can be hosted in the background within the Microsoft Azure cloud, and it gives you the endpoint to allow to cross premises access to your Azure networks. So that's where the VPN gateway would be, comes into the picture. And for the application gateway, we talked this very well about the web application. This would be in the load balancer that can route based on URLs and by encrypting your data. Uh, that's where we use the application gateways. And we also talked about the WAF application firewalls, a feature within the application gateway, within this application gateway, which will gives you the centralized protection for your web application for common vulnerabilities or common exploits that can be completely protected by using this WAF, which is a part of your application gateway. And also we talked about the Azure Load Balancer, which is a TCP UDP based application uh, where it can load balance either round robin or a direct mechanism. We talked about this in the networking section. And also the express route also we talked, which is a dedicated line, dedicated WAN link actually, uh, which can be between your on-premises data center or on-premises network to Azure virtual network. So that's the dedicated line. So your traffic, whatever the data is flowing, uh, it's not over the public network. It's going to be a dedicated line. That means a dedicated data link, dedicated pipeline. So your data is more secure comparatively. Uh, and coming back to the Azure Traffic Manager, we talked about the Traffic Manager. It's a global DNS load balancer, which can tell you from where to go, and the traffic would be, dynamically. It can, route it to the nearest locations. And coming back to the application proxy and authentication front end to secure your remote access for web applications and hosted your on-premises applications also. So it's the authentication front end for securing your remote access between your web applications that are hosted on your on-premises network. Coming back to the Azure Firewall, we did extensively talk on the Azure Firewall also, which would provide you a cloud-based network level security service that protects your Azure virtual network resources completely. And also the DDoS protection. Talked about the DDoS also in the previous lectures about DDoS. So it's going to be combined with your application design best practices. So DDoS must be into your application best practices. It should be there, and it provides a defense against any kind of DDoS attacks. And virtual network service is the last one within this lecture, which would extend your virtual network private address space and the identity of your VNet to Azure services over a direct connection. That concludes the security services and the technologies that are available on Microsoft Azure. I'm gonna link up a lot of resources within this lecture. Please do check out that because this is just the overview and high level of information which I have provided because this is just the fundamental course. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will be looking at Azure Security Center and what it is and how we can use it. Microsoft Azure Security Center is really a backbone of another product called Microsoft Monitoring Agent. So let's take a look at Microsoft Monitoring Agent first. This software gets installed on the servers or your VMs. It doesn't matter that it can be a Windows or Linux because it can work on both cross-platform also. Once this agent is installed, it actually gives you the flexibility of what kind of actions are going on that machine, like events it reads, and then it's going to pass that information to Azure Security Center within the Microsoft Azure portal. So this is the Azure Security Center. So I did actually show you in the previous lecture how to enable this a little bit, like you need to go to the Security Center and then click on upgrade so that it's gonna cost you starting enabling with the some kind of costing and pricing. If you just go to here, you can check out here this is the step where you need to upgrade. Once you have done this upgradation, automatically this gets charged as per the pricing which is mentioned here. And post to that, if you're trying to test this as the trial edition, you can very well do that. That is just for the 30 days of the free trial. Post to that, these are the charges gonna apply. Now I have single VM, and I need to push the agent also if I'm trying to install. So this is where actually I need to set the install to be push the agent. So in my case, I have configured my virtual machine to shut it down so that I can show you that the agent is not at install or something like that. So let me show you what I'm trying to do before I go ahead and do all this. So I just wanted to show the recommendations. You see here, these are the recommendations which are coming up here, and I wanted to just duplicate this, and I wanted to start my VM. I'm starting my VM here. This is start. That's going to start the VM. This might take some time. In the meantime, we can go within this demo for Azure Security Center. So what would happen is once you configure the Security Center recommendation, you need to go ahead and install that agent. If you don't do it also, it's going to actually push automatically. That's how it's going to work. So what exactly these monitoring agent are going to do is it's going to actually collect all the events from the server, and it's going to pass it to Security Center within the Microsoft Azure, and data is going to be sent to the Security Analytics engine, which is a built-in engine which uses in the background machine learning and all other best practices based detections it does, and it can give you the threat detection alerts, tailoring recommendations, how we can secure our workloads. All that would be in the backend it would be processed, and this is based on actual traffic and workloads performed on that server. So it's just like a lot of other products what we have looked at in the past lessons. There's a aspect of machine learning, all that it would be in the background, it would be taken care, and that's how you would be getting most trusted information for detects the threats or whatever the recommendation it's gonna show you in these workloads from the security center will be showing up here. I did actually talk about installation, all that. That means I'm talking about infrastructure as a service capacity, but how about platform as a service model? Yes, like a platform as a service model also, automatically the agent gets actually pushed out, and then you would be getting that information. So in the past model also, you get the recommendations within the security center. That's how Microsoft is gonna push up automatically without asking us. So that's the agent, it will be there. Let's also check what exactly the documentation talks. So the first one would here the policy management. There is another lecture which is going to come as the policy management, but let me talk on that now also. So if I just go to the security recommendations, you can actually look at under recommendations policies and settings. This is where you can see here the policies and settings can be configured. So these are the top level management group and one subscription. So you would define a kind of standard, a kind of settings so that that specific settings and the building settings or maybe standards like a region or the naming standard, all that can be automatically configured as a policy, and that can be applied. So these are the recommendations which are coming up here. You see here now it's not configured me to disable the subscription specific targets. I can do it, but at this point of time this is how it is configured, because Security Center gives you in a two-way. One would be the free one, other one would be the standard one. Standard one will be giving you the more information about your resources that you have within your Azure. So in my case, I'm actually using the Security Center as the standard tier, so that's what I'm currently using. Now I can actually look at my security policies also can be configured here. This is the policies that can be configured and apply. For example, here ISO 27001 configuration I can add, or more standards I can configure here based on my standards which I wanted to apply for my this company. So you can apply right directly from the security policy. So these configurations it's going to actually show you in the security configurations also coming up in the security center. And similarly you can customize initiatives, all that would be configured here. And now you can see view effective policy, whatever the policies are applied. So you see here under identity specific, you have a maximum of 3 owners should be designated for a subscription or it not exist. So such kind of policies and the best practices that are already configured, and I should be able to see from directly from my security center. So these are all the specific to the policies and compliances, and over the period of time you can check out here. You see here the continuous monitoring for your compliance policies. It was started maybe close to 60 and it has fallen down to 30 plus, and it is even lower on that part. So you know that the compliance is over time it is actually going down, so you would actually get a more focus why this kind of overall complaints is policy complaints is getting down. Based on that you can analyze such kind of reports, or based on the topology or the traffic, and you can assess that based, and you can also fix it. So let me show you some of the quick fix that I can do it. See you here, if you see here recommendations, I can see here network traffic specific agent is not yet installed, so I can simply quick fix that would actually gonna fix on this machine by remediating this. So in a minute it's gonna actually apply that specific setting on my computer, and that would actually gives me some kind of score. So I'm actually saving this information, so I might have to wait, but otherwise I can move from here. Similarly, if you see here installing the agent was not there, such things you can quick fix directly right from here by clicking on this. So these are the options that you have it, and you see here there are 9 different problems you have. Out of this 7 are the high severity, so you can sort here based on that severity level and try to understand what is the important and what's the score of that. For example, here compared with the 5, there is a 50% of the scoring is enabled, that is MFA should be enabled on accounts with the permissions on yours. So in my case this is a subscription, and for this subscription whoever the user, that's the Pavan Kumar, so for him I need to configure MFA. So it's gonna actually creating a conditional access policy automatically for that specific users, or we can enable baseline security policy, use the policy, so that it's going to actually ask for the multi-factor authentication, and that would give me a 50 points here. That actually improves my score. And similarly, install endpoint protection solution on a virtual machine, so this is gives me another 15 scores. So I can install agent directly, anti-malware, so simply create, and want me to exclude any of the policies or extensions, nothing. I simply click on OK. That's actually pushing the agent. So right from the security center you can remediate the security issues or security concerns. That would actually gives you a lot of confidence on the best practices that are Microsoft recommending for you. So this is one other advantage, and now let's have a look on it, other disk encryption and apply it to be virtual machine. This is, if I start doing this, it would gives me the specific machine must be, a disk should be encrypted. So for that they are asking for us to do the encryption here. If it is not enabled, say simply edit and do that changes so that the encryption would happen. So in my case I don't want to do it now because this is a production for me. But if I really wanted, I can do the encryption here so that it's actually show me as it is encrypted, and because I'm working on that machine also at this point of time, I don't want to risk, so I'll just leave that. And these are in a just-in-time network access is for that specific time you want an access within that network. This gives you a great opportunity for you, so you can set up that configuration also. Like simply take this and enable JIT agent on that machine. So these are the advantages what you have with this. So now I have already configured, so let me go back here and like recommendations. If I just refresh, it should actually fix few of them at least. So it's just the, and some of them might take some time to pull that information back for us. But you can check out other computing specific score, like built-in vulnerability assessment solution was not done on that machine. You can do the like this. You would be getting a lot of remediations, a lot of action points directly from the security center. So I was talking about all these configuration. Apart from this, you can also do the threat specific. I did already talked about. You can do that, and also you can block brute force attacks if that specific VM is getting some access issue or SQL specific one. Then you can do all these configurations can be automatically configured, and that would be a really great tool for us to configure any kind of security concerns right directly from here. And you can check out here security alerts would come up if anything wrong, like a user specific or threat production, you would be getting it. And also if you have any of the IoT hub specific, you would be getting data that's a SQL specific recommended here. Identity access specific, for example, MFA was not enabled for my admins, my subscription, then it's going to give me an error. There should be more than one owner assigned, that should be there, but didn't have a more than one owner. So such kind of information it's going to give you. And also key vault specific, we did talked about any kind of encryption or PKI or passwords would be stored into the key vault. So key vault specific things also come up here. And this is a really great useful tool. We shouldn't be ignore this tool. This gives you all the recommendations within the Microsoft at the subscription and including the policies and management side also. I really like this tool. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will be learning about Azure Key Vault. As we have discussed in the previous lectures about the Azure Key Vault, which is really holds a lot of value within the Microsoft Azure to store your secret management, like your passwords, your certificates, your keys, and the secret words. Everywhere almost the Azure Key Vault will be used. So Azure Key Vault really attempts to solve the encryption and safeguarding your various points of the data that are commonly used within your applications to talk with each other. And these could be authentication keys, storage keys, or connection strings to database or storage account. Even data encryption keys, certificates like SSL certificates or certificates that might be used for authentication purpose, or passwords and usernames to other systems, things like that. It's very common for applications to connect with other applications. When they do that, they have to authenticate somehow. So that's where the application password must have to be shared between the developers and the power users or some other users. So that's where it actually comes as an insecure way. So simple example, let's take that how we might do that. Just to embed the username and password for another system into a config file or .cfg file, or maybe a particular application within that. But the downside of this would be all the developers and the people who work on that project or maybe on that application knows this username and the password that is used so that they get the access. And somehow many of these developers or other users who now have the unencrypted username and password, they a lot of times they don't even need to actual username and the password. So what they really do is trying to setting up a potentially misuse of that information at some point, or maybe perhaps a rogue employee can come in and get that username and password and connect to another system and cause some kind of problems, maybe delete some data, maybe takes the system, things like that. So the idea really with the Azure Key Vault is even this information might be needed to connect to other systems. It doesn't mean that everybody needs to know what is the user ID or what is the password, because it's going to actually give you a URL to the others so that they don't see it. So let me talk on that. Like the gives the Azure Key Vault tries to do is it kind of separates the management of actual data and the username and the password, and separates that from the access to that data, and which really just the application itself needs. So what it does is it actually gives the isolation, and that would gives you this information. For example, if I just go to this blog, and it talks about normally what happens is your developer, administrator, or editor, or maybe a user, they would actually communicate with the Azure Key Vault as a service. In the real world, what would happen is, let's say you have one of the example, let's take this scenario, maybe where you have 10 different applications, and each of them talks with another, at least one or two of different applications, and maybe we have 20 developers maybe within the network. Think that none of the developer needs actually know what's the username and the password for our system. So what we do is, if you see here, it's actually developer. What he does is he will request power user to get it, create a Azure Key Vault. Within this, he creates a username and the password specific to Azure Key Vault services, and that would actually generate a URL to connect to other application, because this is the application 1. So if application 1 to application 2 to be connected, he would actually give the application 1 to 2 between whatever the connection string called in a URI name kind of things, and that would communicate based on that. So when a application 1 calls the application 2, actually it goes to the Azure Active Directory for authentication and authorization purpose. It actually divert to Key Vault, and Key Vault will be validate, and it just gives back the URI, and that would actually communicate with the application 2. So here the application 1 to application 2 directly contacted by using your Azure Active Directory and also your Key Vault services. In between, the developer doesn't know what exactly the user ID and the password we used. So all he knows is just the URI, and that he has to encrypt. So the URI will be validated properly with the existing user authentication and authorization based. We learned in the past, if you remember, the authentication and authorization. So here authentication is happening as well as the authorization is happening. So we are securely allowing the users or the applications to talk with each other without actually making aware the password in a non-secure way. I hope this example makes more sense for you. I would be giving this link within the resource section. This is where also you have the demo where you can give it a try all these commands in the PowerShell to get it learn more about this authorization authentication specific with the concept for the Key Vault. It's not just the a power user here, he will be looking into it. You can also audit when it was requested, that user ID and that URI and the access specific things completely you can monitor very well with the help of your monitoring access. Use is completely done with the help of Key Vault auditing. And also you're actually getting here simplified administration for your application secrets by removing the need of in-house knowledge of hardware security modules to be used, because we are talking about some of the hardware layers. Some of the hardware security devices would give you a kind of passwords to store, so that has been completely replaced. But if at all you want it on a hardware specific things, you might have to go and use additional module like premium one should be used, but most of the features can be fulfilled with a standard plan, which is minimal cost, which is you're getting. For example, if you see here more than 10,000 transactions, you are actually getting the bill of 0.03 cents. So it's very less if you can check out. So these are the premium and the standard plans also available for the pricing point of view. If at all, if you're trying to use a Key Vault, but it is a minimal cost, what we can say. So I would recommend that start using the Key Vault services if you're trying to use, if you're trying to save any kind of secret specific data, like your secret management, your key management or certificates, or any of the hardware layer or hardware specific keys to be stored. Then it's a right time to use Azure Key Vault. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this.
Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will be looking at Azure Information Protection a little bit more. Now, Azure Information Protection is a really cool solution. It will have some kind of a software that gets installed on each of users' machine or the device. And what it means is it is going to classify the data that is held within your documents or maybe in your emails, and based on that it actually protects your data in these documents and emails. One of the important thing that we will have to remember is Azure Information Protection. In short, we also call sometimes AIP is works very strictly against your documents and emails. So this is purely for the documents and emails purpose. So you can see here, some of the information I would like to share you. So what happens is once you configure the Azure Information Protection, you would be, getting as this kind of, information. For example, if you have some kind of maybe a credit card information or maybe social ID or maybe some kind of critical information, you can classify that, so that what would happen is as you classify as a user and a later point, if you configure any of the policy from the directly from the Azure portal. For example, here, if I try to configure within the Azure portal, what would happen is you can either encrypt them completely, and you can set as an expiry those documents, so that opposed to that time it doesn't actually open, it doesn't show the content also. So you are actually protecting the data which is in your emails or in your documents. So what all the information you needed here? So you definitely need to have some kind of information before you classify. So you need to configure a few of the pre-requirements needs to be done for the pre-requirements. The first one is the Azure protection, or the information protection plan is 1 or 2 you need to include, and this is actually doesn't come here. You need to have the either P1 or P2 of the Active Directory plan you see here. So this is a P1 and the P2 plans, or if you have the Azure Information Protection for Office 3 subscription, then it's fine, that's included. But by having the P1 and P2 will give you most of other features also included. That's why people will say that if they have a P1, at least 90% of the security specific things and advanced configurations can be done. If you have the P2, almost everything whatever Microsoft Azure identity specific is giving you, all that information can be configured. Now I wanted to show you here, like this is my Azure dashboard. If I want to configure Azure Information Protection, which is not there in my left side navigation, so what I'm going to do is I need to search here and click on it. I get an error straightforward saying that hey, you don't have a P1 or P2 license. So I would definitely you can't open up that. So either I need to have a E3, E5 or the P1 or P2 licenses. So I'm gonna actually give it a try to show you how best I can get it that. So if I want, I can go ahead and purchase a license, or I can give it a try. So I'm gonna give it a try for all my products. Try. So here you see here I can configure E5 or P2. So I'm just taking the P2 as a free trial. So this might take 5 minutes time. Once you activate it, it actually provision for that specific tenant in the background within the Microsoft. So that might take 5 minutes or so. I'll just pause this video for a minute or so, and I'll come back to you. Let's refresh this page now to get that license to be provisioned to our tenant, so that we should be able to see our licenses. Yeah, I can see here now the licenses, and it's available. Now if I go back to in fact, I can assign these licenses also to my required users. Either way, we just have to go to the not to the demonstration completely, because this is more into the knowledge for the fundamental exam. So if you just need to understand about the how the things will work, that's more than enough for now with this 900 exam. So you would be configuring within this this kind of configuration can be done like from the classification policies. You can create a new policy, a global policy can be set it to just send the audit data information, or for the all the documents and emails must have to be labeled to be applied either automatically or by the user. So they must have to do that if you enable that on button. So what would happen is this kind of labeling would prompt for the all the employees when they try to write off any of the document. It can be a document or whatever the Office 365 documents. And also if you're trying to send an email, you would be getting the similar information this is just for the Excel file, you get the same thing. And also when you install the client, actually you get when you right click on the folder, you can also have an option for classify and protect. That means you get that option since you are going to install that specific software, which is the software which I have already mentioned how to do that in this. If you see here the prereqs, if you just install azinfoprotection.exe file from the here, that would actually gives you on a client machine side. So once we configure all of this, it can work actually to create the policies and you can protect them. So what would happen is, if you take an example, if you have a document with credit card information or driver's licensing information or social security numbers, or again any of the numbers that are built in 80 plus built-in data types that you have within here, you can configure those data types, and you can classify that what kind of data comes actually come here, so that you can classify manually a credit card number information. For example, a credit card or a phrase of a social security number will highlight it in the document automatically, and or maybe an email if you're trying to send an email, maybe a social security number or credit card number, and choose to classify whether this of such kind of keywords, and then what that it does is it actually classifies. Let us do later on this, enforcing some kind of policies on that specific data. For example, we are working through the document and we see that credit card number, and we can highlight it and we can classify it right there. It is as a office as the credit card information. Now, later on, let's say an administrator makes a policy that all the credit card numbers in the document and emails needs to be encrypted. Well, we can actually enforce that automatically with Azure Information Protection. And so let's, when we look at two ways, this information, like one is a right there on the spot while you're working, you can see that in the document or email that classify information. Other one would be we can also optionally choose automatically encrypt this kind of information on that spot. So this is the coolest thing which you get it out of this. If Azure Information Protection Manager gives you this kind of settings for you. When we look at the pricing side, there are, as I said, it's also part of the Office 365. With the free, you have very limited a policy, aware apps and other things, but you need to have the more information like bring your own key or custom templates or protection for on-premises Exchange or SharePoint information, or Azure Information Protection content creation by using your work or school accounts, the messages to be encrypted, all that information actually tracking. All that can be done with the P1 and P2. Also, with the Office 365 plan, also you can get most of them, which are good actually. I hope this is useful for you. And the pricing, last one would be the pricing side. If you see here, $2, and for the P1 and the P2, it's going to be $5. So that's all you need to know about the pricing side. And the free is always a free, and that's your information protection for Office 365 is included with the Office 365 E3 plans and above. You have Office 365 E3 and E5 plans. So from starting from E3, you can do this. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will be looking at Azure Advanced Threat Protection. In short, we also call as ATP. A little bit more we will look into it. So before we jump into that, what exactly ATP? ATP is a cloud-based security solution that identifies or detects and helps us invest advanced threats and compromised identities and malicious insider actions. Well, that might be a mouthful, but let's go over and again check what it can done or what it can do for us. So it's going to identify any threats that can be compromised, maybe your user identities in within your Azure Active Directory, or maybe in your Active Directory, which is in your on-premises for that matter, and any of the malicious accounts or malicious things which are inside. And it reads the entire Azure monitoring logs, and it gives you the on top of the Azure Security Center. We talked about the Azure Security Center. On top of that, it gives you the advanced threat protection, a kind of layer above the Security Center, and Azure Logs and Azure AD. Again, it kind of consolidates information from all those services and gives the a kind of consolidated view, that can offer for you, so that what to be done, or what kind of actions to be taken automatically. In many of the cases, it takes automatic actions also. We're going to take a look at how it's gonna work for in each of these products individually. For example, we have mentioned Azure Active Directory here. Now with the Azure Active Directory, this ATP can monitor Azure AD, and interestingly enough, it can monitor your user profiles, behaviors, and activities, a lot of things like that, and it can integrate with your Azure Analytic products based on the machine learning over time behavior engine within the Azure advanced threat protection. Will look for that specific users, or that specific users, typically how he's behaving, and if all of a sudden, if they started requesting more and more access in a bulk and giving themselves more access and services they shouldn't be doing in a natural way, but if something is happening, then it can analytic engine within the ATP will start to understand that, hey, this point is not in the line, so it could be some kind of a behavior change. So we need to apply some kind of behavior baseline for that specific user, and it will interrupt this potential threat, or at least some kind of suspicious activity on that specific user. So uh, that way we can start using the machine learning backend and understand our users typically behave a flag of any of the suspicious behavior when something happens to our ordinary users. This is all done from reviewing the Azure Active Directory logs, and that are saved into Azure monitoring logs. So now we talked about the Azure monitoring logs. They can come nearly from every Azure product. So a lot of ATP does is based on the all the information that it is getting from the Azure logs. For example, Azure AD, it will look at the user behavior, but other products, it will simply look at what the users are typically does establish this baseline of the users, and keeps always keeps that an eye out of the behavior, that kind of information normally in the operations area. Now we mentioned that Azure Security Center is the Security Center kind of bubbles up, ending up threats and security recommendations in the previous lesson. But you see here what's going to happen is, on top of this, it's actually giving you the more information, this ATP. So ATP is again, it's a consolidated view where you can not only see the security center recommendations, but also other recommendations across other services using the logs. For example, here Azure Active Directory, historical logs, things like that. So again, I can't stress this enough. ATP is really a product that kind of consolidate, aggregates data from many other Azure services, and it gives you a historic way and it's a holistic way of looking at all the threats that come into your business. Because as your security center, for example, we may not be getting Azure Active Directory identity tracking for user profiles, that only you can expect from ATP or advanced threat protection. And so there's a kind of layering to the products, and ATP is at the top, taking it all that information from other products also. Now we can take a look at what are the products. If you can see here, this can talk with the apps and data and devices and entire infrastructure also. You see here Office 365 is a threat protection, and other products also can be integrated, and it can work. So if you can look at the integration across different platforms, it can work. You see here the Exchange Online Protection, ATP, and it can work with the Cloud App Security and Threat Intelligence. All these are the different products which comes into the ATP. Again, it can protect your business. It can detect your compromised users. You will be gaining the visibility of those threats. For example, if there's an email, and it will automatically uh, denotation, and it observes the behavior and network and download files, and it saves the attachments automatically. You see here malware cache rate is growing up every year to the 99.9 percentage, and this all can be done average of 60 seconds. um,
our features and enhancers limit the impact of the user productivity. Dynamic delivery would happen automatically, uh, and you get some kind of message within your inbox if that specific thing has some kind of not safe kind of an attachment or not safe email. You would be getting such kind of email automatically, and you see here some of them are completely blocked, some of them are enabled, so you protect your data. It's so easy, and you see here phishing protection automatically enhanced here with the detect and response automatic methods. In other way, as I've been, trying to tell that, this product integrates with a lot of other products also, and it just needs the base as the as your monitoring logs, and based on the logs, it would actually works. It can, analyze the millions of samples, and it just analyze and model generates with the help of machine learning, and the base protection policies would be created, and good inbox or bad phishing inbox. So such things can be automatically done here. And if you see here the four different ways, like domain spoofing and compromising content within the content, like attachment URLs, text, and impressions, look like it domains and domain name tricks, all that can be automatically validated. And this is where you get the ATP specific one. If you just go to the threat management, again within the Office 365 protection.office.com, this is where you can configure, and this is where you can check the domain impressions or user impression or mailbox intelligence, and the users, unknown user, or maybe unknown user here. So it actually learns the machine learning, and it provides the tips when email is received from a first time from a different address. And also you can apply here within the configuration, like apply safe links to messages sent within the organization, so that it safeguards your any of the links that has malicious links within your email. And also you can see here report, if users also can be take some kind of reports, so that the phishing or all that can be enabled within the message. Protection of your data, advanced ATP protection, URL, that's what we just configure, as I shown in the admin portal, and now that can be done directly here. And you can protect your data, leverages signals, apply smart heuristics like a malware in the email or such kind of and then that can be checked in within the your sandboxing and denotation, and then secures your file. And this is the just the reporting dashboard that we can talk about for a minute on the ATP side, malware detections and the spoof emails. So this is all about the email when we integrated, and malware inbound and outbound specific data also you can get it. And it's not just the brute force or DDoS attacks. It can actually does many things to monitor automatically by using the Azure Advanced Threat Protection. Is a really cool product. That's a kind of bubble up security recommendations and the machine learning analytics from a few different products altogether. You see here, this is a documentation page where you can go through more information on this. You see here, it's going to monitor user profile behavior, protects data identities, and reduce the attack surface, and identifying the suspicious activities, advanced attacks across the cyber attack, kill chain, or maybe domain dominance and other information. You can do it. And if you're trying to learn more about it, you can always check for the Microsoft Ignite on this the explore the product. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will be learning about Azure governance, and with respect to governance, the first one would be the policies. But let's first understand what exactly the Azure governance. Azure governance is standard policies, standard settings that you are configuring for your all subscriptions. Let's say you have a subscription for engineering team 1, and also you may have another subscription for engineering 2 or DevOps team 1 more. So if you have more than 1 or 2 3 or such kind of different subscriptions, maybe everybody creates their own resources on their own standards, but they're not following a one standard that can govern all these standards. For example, by entering the your billing code or maybe a tag, so that you know that
that specific resources are coming from which billing code, or which type of the size should be used. Such kind of standards, if you wanna automatically to be applied, and they must to follow all the down layer guys, then you need to set up some kind of governance. So that's where the standardizing enforcing of the cloud resources to configure, you need to have your own governance policies to be created. So these will regulate your compliance, cost control, your security, your design consistency, will make it easier for you. And coming back to the cloud native governance, so like you have a developers or the operators or operations team. So what they do is they well built in controls throughout your policy instead of workflows, and that would be set at the proper way, because this is whether when they are trying to create a resource, for example here the billing code and the cost, or maybe some kind of checklist they must have to follow, so that they can use the cloud properly, or cloud resources. So for that, that's where actually Azure policy will come into the picture within your enterprise level compliance policies. So what would happen is you can turn on your built-in policies or built-in custom ones for all your resource types. For example, if somebody is creating a resource group, so he must have to create in that specific region only because of your regional data compliance levels. So such kind of settings you can set it at the top level by creating one of the policy, and you can enforce them, and you can even monitor real time by doing some kind of an evaluation and enforcement. You can find out if some kind of machines are not following that standard, and you can apply that any kind of scale, and you can also remediate if something is not following the proper standards. So let's jump into the a proper link which can explain about more about the Azure policies. If we can go through with this link, we can find out that you can set some kind of governance policies, like a specific SQL Server version to be installed on a virtual machines if you're trying to install, or such kind of governance policies can be set, or policies can be configured, and we can allow only certain SKU sizes of resources like storage accounts or virtual machines, and SKUs refers to the size of these specific resources. Like in a virtual machines case, the amount of CPU or RAM that we can specify. For example, only allowing small inexpensive sized of virtual machines for certain subscriptions or resource groups, we can configure, or we can set some kind of policies, and we can allow or disallow certain type of resources, resource types that can be altogether can be create or in a specific location altogether. That kind of configurations can be set it. Let's have a look on the policies within the Microsoft Azure Cloud Portal. So if you just go to search and type POLIC policy, and then you get the policies. This is where you're gonna already your subscription level, whatever the policies are already applied. But in your case, if you just wanted to see what are compliant, non-compliant, you would be getting directly here the proper scoring. So in my case, there are a few things which are not compliant. So let me go back and look at here some of the settings that are non-compliant, and there are thousands and hundreds of settings which are already compliant. So there are out of 98, there are 3 are not running properly. So these are the 3 non-compliant. For example, DDoS protection for standard should be enabled, which was not there because it's going to charge for me, so I didn't enable. But if I wanted, I need to enable that for my VNet. So I can simply enable this. This policy can be assigned. So this policy can be even duplicated, like configuring within the ARM kind of templates can be again reusable templates. These are, I can reuse them if I really wanted. But let's go back to creation of any of the policy with a live one of the example, so that you can better understand what I'm trying to talk within the policies. Let's go to policies compliance. I can assign a policy. So I'm going to create here my policy. I'm choosing here my subscription. Even one subscription, you would be selecting that. And if you don't want to apply this policy which we are going to create, you can exclude those resources. But I don't have any missions to exclude or any resource groups that I wanted to exclude from this policy. So the basic policy which I wanted to apply, the policy definition is, so these are all the policies which are available, close to 400
policies already been created by Microsoft for you as a blueprint. So what you can do is you can take any of the policy and whatever it is suitable. For example, if you're looking for some kind of backup should be enabled for your virtual machine, so let's see any of the one is available. So if you see here, Azure backup should be enabled for virtual machine. So this is a policy should be configured for you. So you simply select the policy. You're going to enforce that policies. You're not disabling, you're enforcing, and the parameters you're going to choose here. You can specify here it's going to be audit if not exist, and then create a managed identity. That means whatever the machines you're going to create in that specific resource group, so it must be created in the ECS only. So this is how you're defining, you're actually forcing them to choose that specific region only. Such kind of configurations can be done, then you can simply create on it. So this policy would be gets created. I hope this is useful for you, and I'll catch you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture we will be looking at Azure initiatives a little bit more. So in our previous lecture we learned about aspects of the Azure policies, where we first created a definition, and which is our rule of what we would like to call as the policy, and post to that we assign that policy to the management groups, or maybe to a subscription or to a resource group. That's how we can apply it. That's what we learned in the previous lecture. And finally we learned how we can audit that policy against to our resources, or put our policy into an effect for all that resources created. We're gonna take a look at Azure initiatives now. With an initiative is in a collection or individual policy. So what we can do is this policy, once we have this kind of an individual policy, that initiative is a sort of a way to group together these multiple policies and group them based on all the policies that are tailored towards an achieving a single goal. For example, if you can see here, this is an initiative policy, what we have set it at the management group level. So it will actually follow the down all that would be followed whatever the policies you set it. Similarly, if you set it at the subscription level, here level 1 and level 2, or the side-by-side levels, so all these policies will be followed automatically, the down also. And if you set it at the resource group level, so all these policies will be followed, the rules which you set as an initiative, so that you are following a proper structure and you are not actually making any kind of exceptions. If you really wanted to exempt from the policies, you can actually exempt within the policy while you are actually creating it. So by doing all this, you got a single goal of achieving whatever the policies you set it at the top level. And now let's take the documentation side. So within the same documentation link which I have provided in the previous lecture, you do have here the policy assignment, policy initiative. So this is where the definition comes. So for example, you can take a initiative policy and how you're achieving is by taking on one of the example. We might have an initiative definition where we wanted to save our costs. So we might make a policy that disallows a certain size of SKUs of virtual machines, and we might take another policy that disallows size of SKUs of storage accounts, and we might take both of these policies and put them in new initiative called cost savings. Now we can apply that initiative to the same levels that we can apply policies like management groups or subscriptions under them, or resource groups under them. In fact, this way we don't even have to apply the policies individually, all these levels. We can do it once with just the one initiative. Now another cool thing about Azure initiatives is the outside of the grouping of various policies, and actually let us reuse policies, because a single policy can belong into multiple initiatives. If there is a single policy that you frequently have to add to management groups or subscriptions or to your new resource groups, having it is part of your initiative can really help in cutting down or repetitive applications of that policy. If you can see here, you have the initiative policies, and you can reapply the same kind of policies again, and that way you can uh, helping in cutting down or repeated applications of that policy. And you can see some more examples of initiative based on your Azure documentation. In this example, we would create an initiative called enabling and monitoring an Azure Security Center. And what we would do is create 3 different policies under that initiative, and one policy would be to monitor unencrypted SQL database in Security Center, and one would be to monitor OS vulnerabilities in Security Center, and other one would be the monitoring missing endpoint protection security protection in the Security Center. So what all of this would be end up doing is requiring some kind of a certain software to be installed and configured, and databases and servers, and reporting back to the Security Center. That's what we are trying to do it here, to ensure that these resources are compliant with each of these policies now. So now additionally, with the initiative, a resource has to be a compliant with all 3 of these policies in this case in order to be compliant with the initiatives. It's an all or nothing as far as pass or fail within the policies and the initiative. You have to pass all the policies in order to pass the initiative. But anyways, I hope this has been a helpful lesson in understanding about Azure initiatives and how we can use them to group our multiple separate policies together into grouping of a policy definitions, and they can help us by allowing us to reuse our policies across multiple initiatives. And again, just like policies, we can apply them to the management groups, subscriptions, and resources. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will be learning about role-based access control within Microsoft Azure. So what exactly this role-based access control, or sometimes we also call as in short RBAC. This is a critical function for any of the companies to give a granular level access for your service or maybe for your Azure resources. So that's where you're going to use the RBAC. So RBAC will help you to give you a granular level access for your Azure resources. So this works based on, because the Azure was built on ARM, that's Azure Resource Manager. We talked about in the starting lessons, like what exactly the ARM. So this ARM is purely defines what kind of access we have to give. In fact, I have actually covered here. If you can look at here, there's one other template which we have come back and have a look on it here. So what level, what kind of action to be given, all that we did we can talk in the upcoming slides. But for now, Azure Resource Manager is the key here, which will provide you granular level access management within your Azure resources. So with the help of RBAC, you can allow any of the users and manage the machine subscriptions, and another user to manage virtual networks. Like that, you can configure or allow a DBA group to manage your SQL databases within a subscription, or you can allow a specific user to manage all resources in a resource group. For example, all the virtual machines, or maybe web apps, or maybe networks, or maybe VNets, or maybe a subnets for that matter, and allow also an applications to access all the resources in that specific resource group also can be configured. So how this is going to work and what are the best practices? So if you see here, by default there is a owner, contributor, reader, and access administrator would be created. So if you see here, the roles are defined by default owner, contributor, and you can check out here. What would happen is, if owner means he will have a full admin privileges, and the contributor will can create and manage all types of your Azure resources, but he can't grant access to others. So that's where he would be he would not have the great permissions when compared with the admins. And reader will just he can only view the resources. So now what would happen is, you can apply your permissions like from left to right
on from the top to bottom. So when I say top to bottom, here you will have the management groups on top, and then followed by subscriptions and the resource groups and the specific resources. So what you can do is, for example, if there is a specific user, that means you're actually targeting to a specific user level. Either you can grant access at the top as a management level, or at the least as the a specific computer or specific website for that matter, or specific server, or maybe a SQL database. So that level you can grant the permission. So these are the workflow. If you correctly understand all these, the two slides, you should be getting this as an idea. So what would happen is you would take a either user, a group, or service principal, or managed identity, and then you would be applying a security principle by for example here marketing group, for example, or maybe farmer sales. So what you're going to do is you're actually granting some kind of actions, either delete or write, or what kind of access you want to grant. For example, if he's a contributor, he will be having like all these roles. So out of this you can give whatever the role you wanted, and then you can scope it, as I said, management groups, security, and resource group and resources. So these are the top level. So when you apply the management group, that means the down whatever you have here, the three nesteds or three child items will have full access. That means if you granted for a marketing group at the management group, so he will have all the access for all these three different resources, also the resource groups and subscription. If you grant only access for a specific web service here, for example, or the SQL database, then he will be only limited to that. So that's a lease permission. So that way you can apply the RBAC. Now the question comes in generally, like what happens if a user one is there and we granted permission here for the contributor and reader for the same subscription, and also somewhere else also we applied just the contributor. So what kind of permissions he will be getting? He would be getting as the contributor, because that's the highest level what we have. So that concludes how to grant the RBAC. And there are built-in rules which I'm going to show you in a minute. If I just log in to the Microsoft Azure portal, and wherever you want to apply the permissions with the help of the rollback, that's where actually you will have your role-based access can be granted. For example, if there is an object of virtual machine you want to control, for example this one, I should be going to AM, that is IAM, and that's identity access management. We did talk about identity access management in the previous lectures. And if you want to grant the permission, simply go to the role assignments, and then you can check out what kind of roles we have currently. But now if you want to add additional one, you can simply add as the role assignment, and now it will be listed here the default roles. You see here you have the roles are available which are defaultly available here, so you can choose any of them, maybe the 10-15 different. And if I just go to other, maybe just let me take the resource group and show you. So if I just select any of the resource group here, in this case maybe a test resource group should be there. Yeah, there's a test group. And if you go to the AM, this time you would be getting a different altogether a different resource uh, different list you would be getting out here. So this list is more. So uh, by this time you might be get the point that whatever the resource we are trying to apply, on top of it you would be getting the more customized roles that can be available, which are ready-madely. What if you want to create your own, you can always create it. For example, the default one, let's see, you can apply for the contributor, owner, or act delete, or whatever the things you have here, CDN endpoint contributor. So if you don't know what is this rule, just simply go to the I, that's the information one, which is nothing but help, and it can tell you, or in a maybe in a single sentence it gives you an idea what it for what purpose it can be used. So in this case it can be managed for CDN endpoints, but can't grant access to other users. That's called the contributor. So always the contributor means that. And that's how you can apply any of the rule and select that group or the account you wanted, and then
Based on that, you can simply apply so that the users will get that granular level of permission. So what if you wanted to deny, you have an option to view here to deny permissions. So you have when you apply here, you would be getting here the role assignment policies. You can also get the denied policy. You can add explicitly any of the denied things, and the roles will be listed here. All these are the roles which are applicable, which are available, and you can actually use any of these roles which were actually when we try to access here from there we try to add it. So that's where these are the listed was available. And if I just go back to here roles, and you should be able to see all the roles which I try to show you here. So these are the rules only will be available. So what if you want combination of rules, or you want to customize rules to be created? All you have to do is just go here into the roles and click on add, and then you can create your custom roles can be created based on your requirement. And the same thing also can be done from your Azure PowerShell or CLI or the Cloud Shell. You can do all from anywhere with the simple commands. I'll be attaching the resource section. If you're really interested, you can check out them. I hope this is useful for you. I made it very clear on RBAC. So with the help of RBAC, you can set the permissions granular level, at really granular level, for that specific object or the resources. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. In this short lecture, we will be learning about how we can prevent our resources or the objects that we don't want deleted unaccidentally. Let's say you have one of the virtual machine. Let's take it practically, and definitely in a production there would be multiple virtual machines, and accidentally if you delete one of the VM, or maybe let's take one of the networking object, it would lead to a lot of problems, because that's going to impact a lot for your production machine. So you want to prevent. Let's say you have here one of the object, and accidentally if you delete, what would happen is it's going to impact the entire production. So to prevent that, what you can do is you have an option to set it in a lock way. So you see here, wherever you go on this blade, okay, you have under settings a lock option is there. So this is on the resource group level. So if I just go to the virtual machine also, if I select one of the VM, for example here NS, I should have under settings locks should be available, right? So here also I can configure. Similarly, whatever the resource you take it, so most probably 99% you will see the lock. So when you get the lock, you have a few of the options. So you can configure here lock by giving some meaningful description, and you have two options under lock type. One would be the read only. That means you can't do any modifications to the specific resource. So in this case, it's the virtual machine. So I can't do any modifications if I do it. So if you see here, I did actually created already one delete one. So if I just configure, so I can do the modifications, but I can't delete it. So that's called do not delete. So you have two options. Let's go to the documentation and where we can apply it. So if you see here, you would be having cannot delete. That's nothing but a read only option. Other one would be the just read only. So either you choose cannot delete, or you have to choose the read only. So you have two options that what we have just checked it here, right? So if I just go to one of the resource group again, maybe test one in this case, and I can go to the logs, and I can add here as read only, which is nothing but a here let me go to the here you cannot delete, which is nothing but a read only, or just read only purpose actually. And now you also have another option called delete. So when you say read only, it means that the authorized users can only read the resources, but they cannot delete or update the resource but by doing this. But when you apply cannot delete, that means they can still read it and modify. That means they can add, for example, if there is a virtual machine, they can add maybe one more NIC, but they can't delete it. So they can't delete the added newly resource. So that way you are actually preventing for not to delete. So that's what called cannot delete. Now let's configure one and test it. You see here, I'm going to actually configure again as my resource group saying do not delete. So I don't want to delete, do not delete, because I can give here nodes as maybe it's a production service resource group. So now if I just click OK, it will not allow me to delete. So if I just go to the overview, I will get it here delete. Or if I just click here and I need to type the resource group to delete, so it's gonna test and it says that hey, you can't delete. If I just click here, I got an error. You see here the resource group is test is locked and cannot be deleted. Click here to manage logs for this research group. So I need to go back to the logs and I need to delete this log so that I can delete it. So that's how it's gonna work. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. I'll see you in the next lecture. Hello and welcome back. In this short lecture, you will be learning about Azure Advisor. Azure Advisor is a before we learn about Azure Advisor, we did also learn in the previous lectures about Security Center and a little bit of Azure Advisor, but I just wanted to make it the more clear on what's the difference between Security Center and Azure Advisor. When we look at the Security Center is mostly focused on your security concerns, and that would just show you from here that security specific things. However, Azure Advisor will focus on other things also. For example, here you can check out high availability specific and also the Security Center specific things, also performance and the cost and anything else. So if you just wanted to focus on security thing, you can just go to the Azure Security Center. But if you wanted to monitor all the possible things, for example, for the high availability and also for the performance and the cost, and then you will be going here. So let me show you in the Azure portal what I'm talking. So here, if you go to the Azure Security Center, you would be getting all the policy specific, compliance specific, and the security specific information, including the threat protection information. So let's just go to the one of the recent security concerns. If you can see here, you are getting for MFA specific, which is not configured for your subscription admins. And also if I just check here, just in time network access, or maybe a port was to be restricted on NSG, which is associated with your VM. So all these are the security concerns which are showing here. You can sort it with the red and blue so that you can fix them on high priority basis or high security things first and then go for medium and followed by low. So also you can get the scoring for that. So this is all about the security center specific. So in security specific, you are actually getting for the compliance and policy specific scoring as well as the security scoring and also for the threat protection. But when you go back to advisor, or if you don't see here advisor in the left side, you can always search as advisor. That would actually list here under services. So when you go to the services and Azure advisor, so advisor talks about not just the security, it also talks about performance and high availability and operation excellence as well as the costing specific thing. So that's a major difference when it comes to the advisor. So advisor can help you out to find out any of the high availability specific things were not configured. Then it will give you an alert, or it can tell what kind of recommendations to be followed. Similarly, for the performance, bottlenecks issues will be automatically reported here. And similarly, operation excellence specific and the costing, if you want to save the cost, like we talked about in the previous lectures, like you want to save a cost for one of the VM which is not in use, but it's just in a started mode, but the no traffic is inflow and outgo, it's not going. So as an intelligent way, it will tell you that hey, you can shut down this VM as there's nothing happening business out of this VM, something like that. It can advise you, and these entire information can be exported in the format of PDF or XML, or sorry, in the PDF and CSV format, which is nothing but your Excel format. So that's all about Azure Advisor. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back.
In this short lecture, we will be learning about Microsoft Azure Monitoring specific. Azure Monitoring will help you to get more information of your insights of your applications and different resources within the Microsoft Azure. So it can be from your applications or it can be from your operating system, or the Azure resources or Azure subscriptions tenant, and you create custom sources also it can pull out. So when I say custom sources, it can use any of the REST API specific, and it can pull out, and that would actually sends to your metrics and log analytics, and from there you will be getting a proper insights of your applications information, and you can visualize with the Power BI or maybe with your workbooks or with your normal views. You can also create your dashboards to view properly what's happening on your applications or maybe on your entire Azure. Also, you will have the metrics analytics, log analytics. Also, you can automatically respond to the alerts, and you can scale it automatically those specific resources if really wanted. And also you can integrate with your logical apps, which we have checked in the previous lectures. Also, you can export as a APIs, so that you can easily, by viewing with the help of Azure Monitoring, you can easily diagnose or detect any of the errors, and you can correlate any of the infrastructure issues with the help of Azure Monitoring. For example, there could be VM issues or networking, or could be container issues, and you would be getting the deep diagnostics of your big data information, or and that information can be stored as a metrics into your storage account or in the format of the logs, and that can be visually viewed, or those logs. So everything will be monitored with the help of the logs and the metrics. So based on the past and the current trend of that logs, we would be getting that information. So for example, if I look at what kind of information I can collect it, or I can be monitored with the help of Azure Monitoring, is you can monitor your applications. As I said, the guest OS monitoring, you can monitor your Azure resource monitoring, subscriptions. So right from you create your subscription, from then onwards it would actually monitors what is happening, for example health of your data and operations that are happening within that subscription. Everything can be monitored, including your tenant monitoring and custom source that you have anything with the REST client. And if you see here the metrics, which is the metrics explorer you have within the monitoring data platform, and also for the logs you have the log analytics. That would this is just a one kind of screenshot which I wanted to show you within this PPT. And this is the application insights. There's no point that you have all the logs, but if you don't visualize it, it might not be a great help for you to resolve such kind of issues. The application insights will give you the proper visualization of what kind of uh, things are going in a wrong way, or what kind of performance you have on the servers from the last maybe the hours or the minutes specific, with the high availability and all that information. You can get it uh, for that specific applications. And also this is the normal dashboard that you get it as the monitoring solutions overview. This is how it looks like, that dashboard. And also if you are creating any kind of dashboards, you can create your custom dashboards, and you can view them very similar. This kind of view would be getting it. For example, here you can see here 11 critical updates are pending. System update assessment is talking about, so that you can take an action on those missions to get it updated. And also you're getting the security center specific information, malware assessment, and network security group analytics. If any traffic is going and blocking, all that information you would be getting here. And the server response time, this is a server metrics. You're getting any of the failed requests for your applications, or server exceptions, dependencies, all that information you would be getting it. And these are the views where you can view as a container monitoring solution, or maybe a container status of that containers, that whatever you have within your Azure subscriptions, you can view it. And this is a sample Power BI specific dashboard. You can get it generated the way you want it. So all about
Azure monitoring, this is what. And now let me show you in the actual console. So if you just go to home and search for monitoring, so you would be getting as the monitor, which is nothing but here. It's already pinned for my, in my case, because I did take in star. If not, you can take it the star and you can view here. So within this, you have the options for monitoring visualization. You can explore by selecting the scope, and then you can add the chart and the data. You can put it, and you can create your custom metrics so that you would be getting a proper view. Similarly, for the log analysis and log analyzing, and the setup alerts and actions also can be viewed. So these are the activities and alerts. If anything coming as an alert, you can uh, pay attention on what kind of alerts you wanted to know or monitor, and you can create from here directly alerts also. And metrics are one other one which we talked, very similar to the log activity. uh, you have an option which is nothing but the metrics. Either you click it here, or the metrics one and the same, and the logs also similar. You can get started and create your logs. And this is where the insights which comes into the application or virtual machine insights, or the storage account insights, you would get it, what's going on, the capacity, or such things you would be getting, whether they are accessing such information. You can pull out, and not just for that storage, you can also pull for your customer DB networks and other resources that are available within Microsoft. For example, here SQL vulnerability specific report, or performance assessment for any of the security auditing specific. So this is where the monitoring can happen. If you want to proactively active, you can take here for the auto scaling configurations can be done by configuring here for that specific performance issues machine. I hope this is useful. Make sure that you check the documentation which is specific to the Azure monitoring, which is attached within this lecture. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will be learning about service health. Maybe you're wondering that in the previous lecture, we learned about Azure monitoring, and now we jumped into the service health. So the major difference between the monitoring and the service health would be Azure monitoring is just for us, right? So we try to monitor all these and get more information out of these resources directly, which are related to our resources. However, if there is an outage within the Microsoft services, how do you know? So that should be an interface that should tell about what kind of services are going down, or what kind of services are impacted. So that's where the service health status comes. So it can track basically three different events that might impact your resources. So in the Azure monitoring, we talked about our resources which are reconfigured. For example, in this case, maybe in the Azure monitoring, we talked about like applications or resources, operating systems, all that. Now we're talking about in this lecture about the service health. The service health is three different things it would actually monitor. The first one would be the service issues. Any problems that are coming within your Azure services that are affecting right now. For example, there could be some region down, or maybe a VM creation process down, or maybe some data center down. Such things would be uh, which is gonna show you within the service status or service issues. Now, planned maintenance is anything which is coming as a planned maintenance in the upcoming maintenance windows within the Microsoft Azure. That would come into the planned maintenance. Not just that, so anything in the future they are planning to take it down or depreciate, then it's going to come up. And health advisory is, let's say you are running with the older version or the current version, but that has been upgraded to latest version. Let's take one of them would be the managed disks example. Non-managed disk you're using maybe, but everything has to be migrated to the new method, non-managed to managed disk example. In that situation, you are gonna get a advisory information saying that, hey, this is the health advisory. You have to uh, because we are going to depreciate this specific feature, so just go for the new feature, so that you need to look for the migration path to stay tuned on the up to date with the Azure services. So that's one of the health advisory you can get it. That's a third one. And also, if any of the quota is exceeded, because we do have the resources limit, the number of subscriptions, the number of resource groups you can create, the number of VMs, there is a limit. Definitely, if you are reaching to that limit, you are gonna get a advisory as a health advisory within the service health. So within the service health, you are going to get these three different category of the service health information. So let me show you what I'm trying to talk by opening into the portal. So if you just go to the, I wanted to show you there's a website which is publicly available uh, without a Microsoft Azure portal access. You can just open this portal called status.azure.com, which would actually show you, for example, if I just refresh, it's the last 7 seconds back, what happened within the region called America. What if the computing resources are healthy or not, or maybe developer tools for networking, storage, all the resources which are grouped up, everything which will show you that if they are really working or not. So if I just go up and look for here, the good status indicates as a green tick, the information warning and critical. So in America everything looks good, but the similar situation for everywhere looks good. But now if you are looking for some kind of issues within the Azure portal, you wanted to view it, then you need to go for Azure status just by clicking here, or you can type actually here as service health within the search. So that would actually open up this, and you would be getting the information. If any of the data center or anything goes down, you would be getting here as the issues. Also here it will be listed as any of the errors. Let me give you very good information from the existing screenshots that I can show you from the documentation page. For example, you can check out here. This is the service health, which you can either search it and get it. Once you get into it, you would be getting here the three different action events. One would be the service issues, plan maintenance, and health advisory. That's what we talked about it within the PPT. Like here, you're getting the service issues, planned maintenance, and also the health advisory, and also a security advisory, which is in a preview at this point of time. If you see here, as your SQL VM service maintenance notification, which is coming up within this, and it's going to affect any of the resources. If you have anything was created, it's going to tell you that, hey, you're going to get your this specific SQL instance might be go down, or might impacted with more latency, or such kind of information you would be getting it. And when this is planned, you are getting it. So the registration process will happen between 22, so here, and it will not cause any downtime, but prior to that it's going to affect it, any of the VMs. So such kind of information you would be getting very clearly and more focused, so that you know that you can move it, or you can plan during the time, like a for the higher availability by filling back to other regions. Such information you can configure it. So this is going to affect for the West US too. And if you can look at here more, with this, you are actually getting under service issues. So this specific VM, that's the operations specific Splunk 03 VM, is going to have impacted. So with the higher information, if you just drill down further, you might be getting that here it says that, hey, it's going to impact it because of the latency issues within that specific region, which is West US. So you can get the support directly from Microsoft. If you really need it to overcome this kind of issues, you can simply raise a ticket and fix that. So that's all about specific to the monitoring and service health specific. And any issues that you wanted to monitor, it would be coming back here, and based on that you can get more information. let's see if I have here three of the different issues were already reported and they were in a fixed state, and that mitigation, all that steps are completely available here with along with the proper update and the that's what you would be getting. This is how. So if you worked with the Office 365, you would be getting the similar kind of updates they also. So these are very similar to that. So here the planned maintenance, still we have one issue, and which is gonna address for us in case of if anything goes wrong. You might have to look into this. So this service health talks about Microsoft Azure services specific, and you need to differentiate that. If anything is specific to your resources, then we should be now talking about monitoring our own resources or network traffic or security concerns. Then it would be Azure monitoring for application specific things. Other things can be monitored from the Azure monitoring, and the service health is specific to the Microsoft all the data centers. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will be looking at various industry and government compliance standards like GDPR or ISO specific or NIST. These are the individual organizations that make these standards, and those standards were followed by Microsoft Azure in order to build their data centers and data handling, all that has been done. Out of these three, we are going to start with GDPR, exactly, and then be followed by ISO and NIST. And also I'll be showing you some of the Microsoft documentation which talks about all these in depth about these compliances and other certificates. So let's begin with GDPR, which stands for the General Data Protection Regulation. This is actually a law within European Union regarding how data needs to be protected and how individual private information needs to be protected. Now, with this law, this is applicable for anybody that does business within the European Union and holds the personal information of residents within the European Union. And law really aims to give control to the individuals over their personal data, and it addresses things like exporting the data outside of European Union and security of the data wherever it is going to saved. And in a lot of cases, this law requires certain things like data to be saved inside the European Union country, and data must be encrypted and things like that. And also, if you take a look at within this browser, so these are the tools which we talked about within the Microsoft Azure, and these are the tools we'll talk about more about the security and the compliance, and these are the tools which we use it as part of our compliance specific. If you look at within this web page, which is talking about how Microsoft Azure is protecting privacy specific to GDPR within the Azure policies, this is a very good blog post which is posted by Pradeep Nair, and within this, if you see here within the to protect any of the personal data or the data which exists within the Microsoft Azure with respect to EU policies or GDPR. If you see here, if I just go to this page, actually this opens, and within this it's actually talking about how you're gonna store the data. For example, if there's a user account, if you just go to the properties of the user account and just to try to configure the profile as the location uh, within specific to the European Union, that would actually protect that specific data information. Similarly, this gives you, if you just go through with this guidance, it actually gives you step-by-step guidance on how to comply with the GDPR requirements and specific to the personal data which is going to resident in within the Azure. And this capability to execute data subject to request is available through Microsoft Azure portal on a public and other clouds. And also you can configure the Azure policies. So as we talked in the previous lectures, like within the Azure policies, you can define a specific policy saying that you must to ensure that these must follow
within that specific region and such things. So that would make easy by enforcing such policies so that we can track and we can audit that specific data where it actually exists. And also we talked about the compliance manager in the previous lectures. So this also helps us in order to setting some kind of compliance policies, and we can easily control with that policies within the Microsoft Azure from the Azure portal. And Azure Information Protection and the Security Center and Compliance GDPR blueprints, which will give you more helpful resources in order to set up the Azure GDPR blueprint or specific to the policies. You can straightforward assign the compliance manager specific policies, and you can make them to get the proper score, and you can encrypt the services or whatever the data exists within the Microsoft Azure so that you get the proper information. The next thing within the list is ISO. ISO stands for Information Security Management, and it's a standard setting organization, and what it means is instead of passing laws like GDPR, ISO is an organization that sets standards for organizations to meet, and if they do so, they will be considered as a compliant. If you see within the Microsoft one of the web page here as the blog post, you can check out here the latest certifications that are compliant by Microsoft as a leader for ISO certifications. You see here not just the Microsoft 27001, and also it has a lot of other ISO standard certificates also compliant, and whatever, it's not just for the public cloud, it also compliant for the Azure government cloud. So these are the standards which are automatically followed, and this means that it actually provides the framework of policies for these specific certifications and the procedures that includes all the legal and the physical and the technical controls possible to make sure that as a organization they follow this information and the standards that are coming from ISO standards, so that they are following those policies and procedures within these rules which are set by organization becomes as these standard certificates. Now we need to move for other one, NIST, which is the National Institution of Standards and Technology, which is going to provide you recommended security controls for the information systems at federal agencies, not for the public. This is mostly for the government, and in fact it's just for the governments where you can follow many of the HIPAA and other complaints, including SOX and FISMA, all that complaints levels it can follow. Now we can check out here the Federal Risk and Authorization Management Program, which is set by Microsoft as for the government laws to be followed. If you see here in the left side of my browser, and also for the global compliances information also they provided here, and these all are compliant. So if somebody asks you to get some kind of information on the certified standards, this is where you need to go and check those compliance certificates are there, or if so, whether it is complaint and how they are setting. For example, if I take it here as the NIST, which is National Institute of Standards and Technology, it actually provides a blueprint for you, and that's where you can start to configure your blueprints. And mostly if you see here somewhere, it should be there, setting up the blueprints information, like if I search blue, yeah, you see blueprints of the NIST SF risk management checklist, and all that you can standards follow, and you can be compliant as per Microsoft policies. And by default these are already certified by Microsoft. So if your documentation or if your data is stored within the Microsoft Azure, that means you are certified with all these complaints. But all you have to do is you have to just set all those configurations within this with the help of these tools, and configure them and get the show that the complaint score for your auditors if really needed. Watching this, I hope this is useful for you. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will be learning about Microsoft Privacy Statement, what it is and why it is important to us. We'll take a look at Microsoft Privacy Statement in this lecture a little bit more. Overall, the best way to describe about the privacy statement is that it explains about what personal data Microsoft process from us and whenever we use or interact with any of the Microsoft products and services, and it explains how Microsoft process that data and for what purpose. And the reason that it is important, especially in today's age when privacy is very important issues and people wanted to know how secure and how securely they are storing this data. This statement does it puts Microsoft a commitment in writing in detail within this article about the data protection policies and practices and a clear straightforward language so everyone can understand about from this article. And some of the main points from the privacy statement that Microsoft will only use data provided the services is agreed upon purpose compatible was providing these services. It will not even use for customer data or derive information from customers data for advertising. Also, it will never disclose customers data hosted at Microsoft to any of the government agencies unless the agency required them by law. And when it happens, if Microsoft is forced to disclose customers data to based on the law enforcement, Microsoft will always promptly notify the customer, and it provides a copy of that same information, whatever it provided to the government on a demand. And so when we look at these kind of all together, we start to realize that overall a kind of theme here, it is the data that the Microsoft collect from us is only used for the services it is needs to be there, but not for the selling purpose. It's not used in the advertising. And even given business or any other governments unless there is a legal warrant to do so. Now, if you take a look at this web page, and they're going to use this personal data to secure or to upgrade their products and securing and troubleshooting purpose with whatever the interactions we do with them. So when they are using these information for the personal data, they would actually use for improvement of their products and the services, it will be used. And also you would be getting a personalized recommendation just for you, and they can advertise and market to you. And for internal Microsoft offers, these are not external advertisements. If you see, in case they are offering some kind of advertisement that comes actually from the Microsoft site, not from third-party websites. And also you have all the flexibility to control any of the advertisement or the internet. For example, you can use the internet-based advertising from the Microsoft side so that you can actually control the things maybe based on the cookies or similar technologies based on the advertisements. And if you opted for any kind of promotional emails like SMS messages or telephone calls or postal mail based on the medium that you have opted. So these are the just few ways that we can access data Microsoft stores, and we can take a look at the ways that Microsoft process and uses for our data, as well as the things that they don't like to sell or disclose the data. Before I close this lecture, I'll give you more information on the data. If you wanted to get more information on the privacy statement, just go into this web page and look for the specific articles that are going to help you, like maybe office specific. It's going to give you the office specific LinkedIn, Skype, Outlook, or any of the products that you wanted. It's not just limited anywhere here, and I hope this is useful for you to get more information and understanding about the Microsoft privacy statement, as well as how to use the privacy portal to monitor and delete our personal information held by Microsoft. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will be learning about Microsoft Trust Center. Microsoft Trust Center is a portal which I'm going to show you in a minute. This is a portal which talks about security here, or compliance, privacy, and related services within the Microsoft Azure. Talk on this Trust Center. Trust Center really does is aggregative all of this information together in one place for us, so that we can be benefited that the entire Azure platform that we are going to use for our business is secure. And let me start with the security, the thing which we can check out here. If you just go here, you have the solutions and the security products that can be offered, and also the partners and the resources you can check out. When we go and check about the security center, we will get some kind of white papers and the reports and the guidance and best practices and the things like that. Gives more explanation about how best we can secure our physical networks or the networks or uh, buildings, individual services is, and things like that. Now with the trust center as well. When it comes to the privacy, we will come to know. In fact, we have a different lesson which was there on the privacy specific things like how the government law enforcements require or data storing, and how you can what are the regulations and what are the government policies, for example GDPR compliance or ISO certifications, and NIST compliances for the government data that we talked about the more about the privacy sections or in that lessons. There's an entire section that we talked about our trust center is this, and this is going to be dedicated to compliance with not only these three of them. Actually, it's going to talk about all other informations which would cover about the Microsoft compiles with the national and regional and industry specific requirements, how we can also make our solutions and Microsoft Azure comply with those requirements as well. For example, you started a company or you work for this company and that requires a specific HIPAA compliance, and it doesn't mean that Microsoft anyway they are compliant with the HIPAA, but it doesn't mean that you are also by default compliant. Maybe you have to follow those standards. So that's where your job will come, and you would be implementing those policies, and you would be getting more benefited after implementing those policies to get that HIPAA certification or the compliance. When it comes for the transparency, it actually talks about more about the white papers and the articles that they are going to post it in their website, a kind of thing which would disclose all the various security mechanisms that they have in place and processing of our data that they have in place, so that we see a full picture of how data is moving around the cloud or within the cloud where it is actually storing, and how it is getting retrieved, so how it's used, and we have a more control over now within the trust center as well. There is a section dedicated to our products and services, where we can actually see all about Microsoft Cloud products and services in one place. This provides you a convenient way to pop back and forth between products and services, is that you are considering your solutions and back to the trust center to verify that they meet the security, privacy, and compliance regulations that you have to adhere now. There's also service trust portal, which where you can uh, get the more information about independent audit reports and the cloud and the risk assessment and the best practices information. You can directly download that information, which I'm going to show you in within this portal also. So if you just go to this is one of the report which I have downloaded for Office 365 from the Trust Service Center. Like if you just go to the servicetrust.microsoft.com, it actually asks for me to sign in if I want to download any of the documents. They would actually post it here, all the different audit specific reports for different governance. For example, here SOX or ISO specific or FedRAMP specific reports, all these are posted here. For example, if I want to download maybe national security framework for Spanish data center, I need to log in once, and once I logged up, I should be able to get it the information directly, and I should be able to actually download. So looks like I have already logged in within my portal, so I should be able to download and see this specific report now in a minute. It's just got downloaded here, and if I just open up, they says that this is the one of the third-party company in Spanish, and they got signed up and saying that this is certified for that national, whatever the certificate we have looked at for the national security frame for certificate of ENS in Spanish. So that concludes for the service class. So service class is basically, it's part of the Azure Trust Center, and it provides a variety of content, tools, and other resources about your Microsoft security, privacy, and compliance practices. And you can obtain copies of independent audit reports from Microsoft Cloud Services and risk management and security best practices and related materials within this dashboard or within this portal. And it contains also the details about Microsoft implementation of controls and process that protects cloud services for the customers' data within their Azure cloud. There is a section called What's New. You can also find out within the article. I'm going to give you as a resource within this lecture. You can check out what's new, so that if any of the changes would happen within the Microsoft Trust Center, they would be keeping up to date on this. And also for the resources where you can have the resources like white papers, videos, case studies within the Microsoft Trust Center Cloud portal. Let's quickly have a look on Trust Center portal. As I talked about in the beginning, you have here the security specific and the privacy specific, and also you have the resources. This is where it talks about how and what kind of actions can be taken within this privacy. For example, this resource section was taken for the privacy. So under privacy specific GDPR resources, the white papers and all that information you have. So you can follow these steps too in order to get more GDPR for your maybe your services that you are hosted on your Azure. So it doesn't mean that Microsoft is compliant. You may also have to follow the standards similarly. So the base is already certified, but you may have to even follow some of the process and controllers so that it would be makes 100% compliance. I hope this is useful for you. I'll see you in the next lecture. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. In this short lecture, we will be learning about Compliance Manager. Compliance Manager is a part of your Service Center. Again, the Service Center is part of your Trust Center. Right? You remember we talked about in the previous lectures about the Trust Center initially. Then we also jumped into the Service Center within the same lecture. So now the Compliance Manager is part of the Service Center, and Service Center is part of the Trust Center. That's the key here we need to remember. And now when we talk about the compliance manager, if you look at here, the compliance manager gives you the more information about the products that are recommended and control management tools for your organizations to improve your data protection capabilities and implement control across the different teams more seamlessly. And it also provides you to enable you to perform real-time risk assessment that helps you to be better prepared for any kind of auditing. For example, if I just go here and log in with the complaints manager, you can see here my default group which I have created for the complaints Office 365 product. Customer managed controls are 20, and these 20 I should be controlled, and I should be able to meet the complaints. But whereas the Microsoft managed controls out of 411, they achieved all of them because of the baselines what they have defined and they worked on it. So going to the compliance manager, we get the more advantage of how they become as a complaint as a larger organization by Microsoft, and we can follow those similar kind of steps so that we would be learning and we would be practicing the similar things to become as more compliant. Microsoft offers different compliance offerings specific to nationwide, regional, and industry specific requirements that governing the collection of use of data. and you can verify here. For example, if your industry is specific to education or energy, you have a different certifications and different compliance specific things to be followed, or those controls to be implemented, and that would be followed even, and you would be able to see what's wrong also. For example, if you can see here, I actually pulled out for after logging with my account by going to the servicetrust.microsoft.com. This is a portal which we talked, and here for my product which have implemented here as the Office 365 cloud or the Azure cloud, you can check out here what was wrong, and what is the score I'm getting, and how best I can achieve that. So I'm getting the more information how to implement such kind of things. For example, I can see anonymize users activity report, so I need to review it as a customer, and I would be getting the 27 points for this. So if I just click on this, so I can apply this assign policy to get the more information. I can come to know that how can I implement this, and how can I do the testing and additional information. So these are the things you can actually implement and configure right from your servicetrust.microsoft.com portal, and you get the more information. If you go through this compliance manager tour, it actually talks about the compliance manager, how we can view it, and what are the capabilities of it, and assessment information, all that, the complaint score, uh, customer managed controls where we can do it, and who's gonna implement that specific things, like we have just seen here one of them, and how best we can implement within our internal team, and can be assigned. So, and also we get the customer managed control score, and that all information we would be getting it, and we can also export to the Excel or different formats, and we get it implemented as per our requirements. So these are the things. So if you can look at here the specific actions, like I can go ahead and export. So this is the specific to GDPR, and this is specific to NIST. So there could be a different standards that needs to be implemented, as both are different certifications or compliance policies that needs to be followed, or the procedures or controls to be implemented. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will be learning about how to determine our Azure compliance for our own business. So to begin with that, in this lesson, we may have to consolidate the previous few of the lectures learnings that we have learned so far. So to begin with that, let's start from the Trust Center. So we know that Trust Center, inside the Trust Center, we have the Microsoft Service Trust portal. So now we need to learn more about the Service Trust portal. Within this Service Trust portal, you can get the more information about Office 365, Dynamics 365, and also the Microsoft Azure Cloud. Now, so when we look at this, if you are the new customer, you can have an account, and then once you have the account, you can actually go to Service Trust portal, and you would be getting the more information about your data. For example, if you have any of these subscriptions, for example, if you have the Office 365 or Dynamics 365 Azure, you would be getting that specific portal specific information. Now within this, if you just look for the complaints manager, you have the two options. One is the complaints manager can be viewed in the classic as well as in a preview mode. Also, coming back to the trusted documents, we talked about the audit reports. We can download whatever the specific, like ISO or SOC or NIST or FedRAMP or GDPR. And also we talked about the industry specific regions. Let's say if I go back to my Service Trust, I should be able to go to the industries and regions. I have here different things. For example, here there is a policy specific to the financial services. Let's take this, and we try to, if you're trying to achieve maybe one of this policy, let's say we want it for Singapore specific, because maybe let's take one of the live example, as we are based out maybe a Singapore based company, and we are working on a financial services example. Take an example, and then what we do is we would simply double click on this, so that would actually open the Trust Center and offers here to download that specific checklist. Let's say if you are looking for a detailed checklist on Microsoft Azure, or maybe you are might be looking into complaint checklist for financial institutions within the Singapore, or you can if you simply click on here, it actually takes to the Trust Center and automatically downloads a document. If you see here, it's trying to download one of the document guide, and we can check that specific document, how it looks like, and the policies that needs to be followed. Let's say this is a file got downloaded, and we can navigate, and we would be able to view, for example, here, how do you more general Singaporean privacy laws apply to this use case of financial institutes. So this is where it talks about the how we can implement, and the, how we can remediate those actions. Let's say if you have a question this, and what are the how Microsoft is actually implementing the controls or procedures so that it's safe for the financial institutes. You can also have the access for the blueprints, which is useful for implementing and containing the blueprint guidance for the government or financial or health or retail different services, which we talked about it. And also for the Trust Center, you can check for the Trust Center specific, and which is talking about more about the security, compliance, and the privacy in a Microsoft Cloud in one place. We can view act on it from the Trust Center, and also you can add these things, which is a which we talked about, the compliance manager for the classic or the preview, which is in a preview mode, which also it talks about overall complaint specific scoring and other things. In fact, we did actually open here. If you can look at here, this is how it looks like, the managed controls. For example, we actually looked into the previous lectures about the complaints manager specific, the controls and actionable items, and if it is anything to be implemented, or control ID articles that would help us to follow those patterns to assess, and also we can act on it. So you can check out here how it looks like the within the dashboard and the complaint score, so that you can provide this coding information to your auditor. That makes very easy for us to get it more complaint, since we have almost all the ready-made checklist and the procedures are available within the portals. Hello and welcome back. In the short lecture, we will be learning about Microsoft Azure Government Services a little bit more. A government services are very similar to the Microsoft Public Cloud, but they are completely separated instances of Microsoft Azure, and it is government only cloud with a couple of regions. Those are government instances. For example, you can check out here, like it mentioned here, as the US Guard Virginia, US DoD Central. So like that, they have specific things just are dedicated for the government services. And if you can look at here, they are more specific to the not just for the federal agencies, they can be for the state and local agencies and US Department of Defense and National Security. And also if you look at here, there are two different government secret regions. Locations are undisclosed. That means it's not shown in this map. With the Azure government, it actually follows the same practices that the regular cloud does. It just adheres the different standards and compliance regulations that the government needs to be adhered. So uh, it's more customized for the governments, and it does offer the same products and services as a regular Azure cloud does, and but it built specifically for the US governments. It's built to meet the most complex compliance standards, and it will definitely includes all the government requirements. And like I said, since it's basically a normal instance of Azure and supports a broad selection of services and tools and the languages, just like Azure does. Now at the bottom of it, we can see as Azure government as the Azure secret, which I mentioned earlier, and also other things like here you can check out here the federal specific and the state and local and defense and the national security specific things are categorized it. Now with the Azure Secret, it goes a step further, and it really meant for national security type of agencies. So it adheres to a stronger data of classification levels and meets more stringent compliance requirement. And so we have mentioned before, it's not just the government agencies that can also use other government contractors or partners as well. So if there are subcontractors for government work, or like as I said earlier, defense contractors or consultants that do work for any type of the government at any level, they can also use the Azure Government, and there's a process to set up for Azure Government account, whereby both government agency and their partners have to prove that they are in fact government agencies and working on legitimate government work in order to get their access and gain the access. So you can work at the state or federal or local, or maybe a different level of government agencies. And with the main part of it is the security and the compliance of the data protection are really just bumped up higher levels, since the government usually requires the highest standards possible for information protection. Now, another benefit to Azure Government is that it's a fully supported hybrid clouds. That means if the governments have any kind of on-premises, they can fully integrated with the hybrid clouds, which we talked in the earlier different lessons. And this is really helpful for the governments when even today for some kind of information is just to be sensitive, so it must remain stored in a government facility. And with Azure Government, there is a hybrid cloud ability, so that some information can still reside on premises and other information and systems can be moved to the cloud. So this helps to understand about the more productivity and hybrid and intelligent way, and also it's more trusted because of the compliance policies that are enforced. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will be learning about Microsoft Azure Germany specific data center regions. We will be exploring some of the advantages that we have with the German data centers. In our last lesson, we looked at Azure Government Services is, and we saw how it is typically separated, isolated instance of Azure just for the government. Well, Azure Germany Services is much as the same as your government in that regards, but it's a physically isolated, definitely it is a physically isolated instance of Azure Cloud spread out across two different regions within the Microsoft, within the Germany. And now you might be wondering why exactly is there is a separate cloud for Germany. Well, we have looked in the past lessons about the GDPR, which is a European Union regulation providing laws around and how your resident data is stored. Well, Germany laws are actually kind of extend upon that. And in general, when it comes to data protection and security, Germany is one of the most heavily regulated countries in the world. Now in conjunction with the GDPR and German regulations require that all the personal data of Germany be stored in Germany and owned by a German company. And so, in order to meet this requirement, Microsoft partnered with Germany companies and they built two distinct of data centers in Germany, only part of Azure, and they handed control of the data to those German companies. And again, in order to comply with the regulators like customer data and related system resides in the Germany, in order to meet strict European Union requirements, Microsoft gave control to German data trustees. And now any organization that doing business within the European Union, or maybe in the UK, or maybe um, anywhere within the EU, especially dealing with the German citizens, can now utilize these Azure for specific to the German services in order to comply with these strict laws possible. But unfortunately these are no more offering any of the new uh, logins for Microsoft Azure Germany. That means they have actually discontinued the specific to the German changes, but maybe you may be wondering why I'm talking here, even though this was discontinued, because the problem is, in case if you're getting in the exam about these things, you might needs to be aware of this, because this also scoped within the Microsoft AZ-900 exam. So I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will be learning about Azure subscriptions. As you know that by this time, you might have already known that the management groups are the top level of grouping of your subscriptions, and each subscription can have multiple resource groups, and these resource groups will hold different resources so that we can easily group them. Let's say if you want to work on a specific project or specific region, you might be ending up creating different resource groups, and that resource groups are part of your subscriptions, and the subscriptions will be part of the top level groups called management groups. So this management group is part of one of the first account which you take as a sign up when you try to sign up with the Microsoft Azure account. So that account will give you an access to the uh, subscriptions. So that means it also manages the management groups. So each account can have multiple subscriptions. Let's say one account for maybe EMEA region, or maybe just for the US, and other one would be just for the West US, or maybe for a different project. Let's say here maybe UAT is running, or maybe here the production is running. So such a way you can isolate so that the resources are completely isolated. That would be an easy way of designing. If you're wondering what exactly the subscriptions are some kind of offers that would actually come up for you to pay. For example, sometimes if you use like a free trial, that's one of the subscription. And also most common one would be the pay as you go model. That means whatever the charges are going to apply for that specific resources, end of the month you're going to pay for that, and the way you use it. And sometimes you would be getting the free of the subscription with some kind of credits back to you based on your MSDN performance, or maybe a Visual Studio Enterprise subscription. So these are the different subscription plans what you have. If you see here, 6 months plan, 12 months plan, and also the most important one would be the enterprise agreement plan. That means here you would be getting for the enterprise level agreement when you do the sign up with the Microsoft. So you would be working with your partner to get it signed up along with the Microsoft, so that you can redeem these credits or the hours. And let's go back to the actual offer details. So as I said, the subscriptions will have you can opt some kind of offer and then get it created here. So mostly we would be using the pay as you go or enterprise models. So once we have got that credits or the billing purpose, it would be used. So if I just click on the pay as you go model, so this link would be open up. So this is the pay as you go model, which would give you the a free account, and you can always go if you're trying for the free trial, then post to that you can always upgrade to the free account, and you can suspend any point of time, and you can cancel that, and Microsoft gives some days of time to terminate all the data that is exist within the Microsoft cloud. So before that you can get it downloaded, or once you have completed your projects you can delete those resources. Now every offer will have some kind of limit on the resources. If you look at here, you see here the resources are coming under resource groups, or some kind of resource are coming up. Let's say you have a number of VMs limit. Let's say the VM limits are example 25,000 what you can create maximum per subscription. Similarly, you also have a limit on networks and the SQL DBs and automation, and including even the resource groups also you have a limitation. So let me show you that. Actually, if you just go to this page, within this any of this page within your subscription type or the offer type, here, for example, if I just take as example as a pay-as-you-go model, I have an option for the limits and quotas and constraints. So if I just go back here, it would talk about all these resources and all those objects limits. Let's say subscription limits for vCPUs per subscription would be 20, and maximum limit would be the 10,000. And similarly, you have for the virtual machines also. If I just search for the virtual machines, you can see here the default is 50 per cloud services, which is offered. And you can create virtual machines per availability set that are close to 200. And what if you are looking for more than that, you might have to reach the Microsoft support and ask them or request them for the increasing. If there isn't a possibility to increase, they would be increasing. Otherwise, they would recommend you to go and create one more subscription so that you can have other resources, and you can establish between the connections between these from the networking point of view. Let me show you a typical hierarchy that you would be ending up in your production Microsoft Azure cloud. So here the organizing of the resources with Azure management and groups would be like this. So you would be having the root management group, and within that another group you can create, and you may have one subscription for development and testing, and some management group for again applications like IT production, geo region 1, geo region 2, and then you can have different EA subscriptions or maybe free trials like this here or somewhere you can create. So this is a typical hierarchy management or hierarchy structure that you would be ending up at the end. So for example, if you see here which limits the VM locations in the West region group called production, and this policy inherits all the EA subscription that are descendants of the management groups and will apply for all the VMs under those subscriptions. So the security policies cannot be altered by the resource groups or subscription owners, allowing improved governance. So this would makes easy way in terms of the governance and the compliance policies. That's where the hierarchy management for the resource groups or the management groups would come into the picture. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Make sure that you check out these links if you are considered for additional information to learn. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will continue with the previous lecture for the Azure subscription options as well as the enterprise agreement within the Microsoft Azure subscription. Also, we will look at Azure reservations. As you know that the options what we have seen for the subscribing would be the pay-as-you-go one of the model. So mostly use the pay-as-you-go model, and when we compare with the pay-as-you-go model versus with Azure RIs, RIs stands for a reservation instance. So this is will save the cost of close to 72%. And if you just go to the RIs plus Azure benefit, you're going to save close to 80% of the cost when compared with the pay-as-you-go model. Let me explain here what I'm trying to talk. If I just go to the Microsoft calculator or pricing website, this was specific to the virtual machine pricing. So what I'm going to do is within this, if you see here pay-as-you-go model, which is not the hybrid here. So normal pay-as-you-go model, if it is costing a normal BSV1 VM, or normally we take it here DB3 D-series version 3 VM, which is the mostly used VM. So if you see here, it's costing 0.188 per hour basis dollars. And if I just go for the hybrid with the pay-as-you-go model, it actually going close to the half of the price has been cut down. But if the same thing, if I just go for the 3 years reserved price, it's going to be further down. And if I just go to the 1 year price, it is decreased a lot. You can check out here once again. If you just see here, if I don't have the hybrid option, it is actually costing me close to 0.0113, and if I just reserved, again it is 0099. And if I just go to the 3 years reserved, it is more saving when you know looking into it. And if you try and go for the hybrid, this is actually a lot cheaper compared with any other models. So, and the cheapest one would be the spot instances, where if the VMs are available, and it's gonna give you a close to 5 minutes of the notice period, and then you can use it for running bigger calculations or uh, chain or the batch jobs. You can use the spot instances, but normally that's not suitable. But a type of workloads only it will be suited. So as we explained here, the cost is, if you just go with the RIs with the Azure hybrid, you're going to actually saving close to 80% of the cost. If you would like to know more about the Azure reservations, I can help you out here. So with the Azure reservations will help you to save money by committing to either 1 year or 3 years plan. That's what we have seen in the portal, if you can remember. And either it can be for virtual machines, or it can be for your Azure Blob storage or data lake storage with the generation 2, or SQL database for the computing capacity, and Azure disk storage, Azure Cosmos DB through output, or other Azure resources. So what you're going to do is you're actually committing, allowing you to get a discount on the resources you're going to use. So you're going to reserve those reservations can significantly reduce your cost up to 72 to 80% of the cost altogether. And reservations provides a billing discount and don't affect the runtime state of your resources. You can pay for reservations upfront, either monthly or total cost as upfront, so that it's gonna actually reserved for you, and you don't have to pay any extra fees when you choose to pay monthly. So monthly payment is available for Azure reservations, not third-party products. You can pay by these reservations from the Azure portal. And if you're thinking about why to be reserved, because if you think about the virtual machines or the blob storage or Cosmos DB or SQL DB, so these kind of high significant capacity of throughput ports, so for the longer period of time, whatever you have a plan, or then you have to think about buying as a reservation, gives you most cost effective options. For example, when you continuously run 4 instances of services without a reservation, you're going to charge as a pay as you go model here. That would actually cost you higher. Instead of that, if you have some kind of a plan, so that you can actually reserve those size of the instances, and later point you're gonna save either cost close to 72 to 80% of the cost. You do have an option from switching from pay as you go to any other options, and this is one of the web link which talks about the supported offers. For example, if you are in a pay as you go model, you can go for the switching back to either reservation specific one or any other options which are available. So you don't have a subscription with the pay as you go, or currently only this option you need to go. If you have a free trial, you can upgrade to pay as you go. So different options you have, and you need to check out this website for further help on that. And you can always raise a case with the Microsoft by going into the billing, and you can create a request if you need any further assistance on switching back or anything related to the billing. And that billing specific is not actually charge you back anything. It's free of cost for you. When we talk about the reservations, it's not just the Microsoft Azure cloud. We do have in AWS, but the cost compared with AWS and Microsoft Azure is really cheaper when you actually compare with the versus Microsoft Azure. You can check out here within this link. You see here AWS EC2 is nothing but a computing thing, and AWS is going to cost you huge here, but as you benefit if you use it,
it is actually gonna very cheaper comparatively. And you can check out here in this article, it is very clearly mentioned the benefits. The benefits are close to be 71% you're gonna save when compared with AWS EC2. Even same thing applies for the RDS and combination of EC2 also for SQL Server VMs, definitely, because these are purely built on Microsoft, whereas the AWS is built on their own platforms. Let's also understand about the subscription type called enterprise agreement now. Before you understand about the EA, you need to understand pay-as-you-go model is you can directly jump into the Microsoft portal and you can input your credit card and get it billed based on the users charges. But if you are trying to get the services from CSP, that means the Taiwan provider, for example, Ingram, Reddington and Crayon, such kind of people who's gonna provide you CSP. CSP stands for here the cloud solution providers. They directly provide the cloud services, for example, Microsoft Azure or Office 365 or AMS or any cloud-based services they would be providing. So what they do is they provision directly from Microsoft to you directly. So they are gonna bill you, not by Microsoft. So for you, the first support contact would be CSP in this case. So that's how it's going to work. And in that situation, you might have to, check with any kind of support with the CSP provider, either Ingram or Reddington or Crayon. And other type is when directly Microsoft involves with you to make an agreement with the help of Microsoft partners. So that's called the EA, so enterprise agreement. So what would happen is with the enterprise agreement, you're actually committing based on at least a 3 years contract of these many hours. You're going to use the resources of such XYZ amount of dollars you're gonna spend on Microsoft Azure. Whether you're gonna use it or you're not gonna use it, it doesn't matter, but you have to pay that much of the dollars at the end of the term. So you have to pay that as upfront. So this is how is the EA would work. So for that, your Microsoft term would come into the picture, and he will be working with you in order to better implementation or any kind of charges. All that would be taken care by your TAM and your sales. So that's all about the understanding about the EA as well as the normal subscriptions and pay-as-you-go model and the reservations. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will be learning more about how best we can purchase or what are the purchasing options we have when we try to purchase Microsoft Azure services or products. You have an option to purchase directly from Microsoft portal as a pay-as-you-go model. So you would be creating an account, and then you would be charged pay-as-you-go model for Azure services. So you would be getting a monthly bill directly from Microsoft services. And you also have another options. If you look at you can directly contact Microsoft representative and get a quote and talk to them for your queries. And you can sign up, or you can call to them, and they would be helping you out for any kind of billing information, or they would help you out, or maybe they give you some kind of offers like a free sign up kind of things, and they would help you out on that part. But normally you would be doing yourself to get as a pay-as-you-go model. So these are the two options which are available. But there's a right side. If you see here, there's another option which we also discussed, CSP option in the previous lecture. So CSP stands for the cloud solution provider. So Taiwan Microsoft partners can also host Microsoft Azure services directly, like Reddington or Ingram or Crayon. So these are the vendors, the Microsoft partners. They would give you direct support to you, so that they share their experience with you, and they will help you your business in other way. So instead of you
buy the products directly or the Azure services from Microsoft. You actually buy that same services from the Microsoft partners. Let me show you the partners. If I just open here, so you see here all these logos or partner companies like HCL or Wipro or Genesis or different companies, Entity Data, Infosys. All these are the great companies or Microsoft partners, and they can share with you their experience so that they can build, or you can build, or you can leverage the experience to build or host Azure services faster. And if you have any technical problems, you need to contact the CSP. That's what we learned this information in the previous lecture also. Now, also for the Azure reservation or reserved instances, also we talked about, and we can save close to 72 to 80% between based on the model that we choose. And coming back to the pricing, just wanted to show you within this lecture about exploring more about the purchasing options. If you see here, if I go for pay-as-you-go model, and for example, if I want to host maybe B1LS specific VM model, and this is going to cost me in a pay-as-you-go model close to 0.0037. That's a region called US Central. If I switch back to another region, the price might vary. If you see here, 37 to $31, 0.37 to 31 cents per hour, it's going to actually charge. So that means it's not same pricing for every region. You must have to remember that point because that all depends on the region. Similarly, if I just go back to maybe Japan, that again price is completely different. So it all depends on the cost of their electricity and the human resources, that all included, and that's why it might be higher in terms of the cost. Sometimes it might be lower. So you need to check out this, but this pricing is very plain and it is available for you. So this will give you an idea when you're trying to purchase Microsoft Azure products. Either you need to go for the pay-as-you-go model, or contact the Microsoft representative, or you can also sign up with the Microsoft cloud service partners or the cloud service providers. So they would actually help you out to build or give you the hosting capabilities so that you can get the direct support also from them in order to get the Azure services. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. In the short lecture, we will be learning about Azure free trial account. So as you know that any of the subscription, if you want to get it as per our previous lectures, you need to accept one of the Microsoft Azure offers. So in this case, if you are trying to activate a free trial, you need to go for the free trial option. And similarly, if you want to convert a free trial to pay as you go model, you need to accept this. So all these are the options which are available as part of the subscription. So now this lecture is more about what are the benefits we are going to get it within the free trial, and what to be done after the free trial expires. So if you just click on the free trial, it actually gives you more information about here, and it talks about the first 30 days you would be getting a credit of $200 or equivalent in your local currency. So what would happen is within this $200 you can use the first 30 days for any of the Azure services. You want to spin up any of the VM or activate some kind of premium services to test it, all that can be done within that 30 days. So that's what we normally try for if anybody trying to get a trial. This is the method they try. But after 30 days also, you have a 12 months of free services which are available. But to get that free services, you need to convert your free free trial account to pay as you go model and set some kind of spending limit, so that you're not going to charge much. But let me show you what you're going to get it after 30 days. The free things, like if I just go to the free services, you would be getting a these are the below services you would be getting. For example, you want a cloud storage of the 5 GB and 250 GB of your SQL database,
or you can get for the 750 hours, which is close to 1 year time of free Linux virtual machine with on-demand capacity in seconds, either Linux or the Windows or with the B1S or VM type. And similarly, managed disks, you would be getting 2 managed disks. So all these are the first 12 months you would be getting as a for free. So if you are the AWS guy, it's a free tier kind of thing. So you are not going to charge for any of these services. And also there are a few things which are always free. So we talked about the first 30 days about the $200. Later point, we talked about the 12 months, which we would be getting. All these are the benefits if you want to use it. And also I'm talking about post to the 12 months, it's going to be always free. For example, you can create your own app services, which is free. And you can also play with your Kubernetes and Dev Test Labs and Active Directory, which is close to 50,000 user objects can be or authentications per month can be it's just free, so it's a use actually so you can get rid of your Active Directory and just switch back to Azure Active Directory if you are your company is a startup. So that way it would be helpful. So we talked about the 30 days, 200, and then 12 months, and now these are always free. Like you can use the functions, which is a computing specific, like serverless applications can be created, and even create all that are completely free. And if you are looking for the more options, you can always check here, like NLB, Data Factory, Batch, Visual Studio is free for the studio code. All these are the free things, and I hope this is useful for you in understanding about what comes as your free trial and how best we can use it. I'm gonna actually include this video lecture. I'll try to include this into a different section so that you can actually try with Microsoft Azure free trial, and post to this I would try to include how to sign up for the free trial also. Hello and welcome back. In the short lecture we will be learning about billing zones specific to the incoming and outgoing data. So when we look at for the bandwidth pricing for within the Microsoft Azure, they have actually configured based on the zones. So when I talk about zones, actually there is a zone 1 and zone 2 and zone 3. Also Germany based different zones called zone 1. Now if you look at here, zone 1 mostly it is into the US and Canada and Europe, and whereas here for the zone 2 is Asia specific countries and also Australia. And zone 3 is mostly Brazil and South Africa and UAE Central and UAE North. So the data, whatever you are actually sending to the Microsoft Azure cloud, which is incoming, right? So that incoming is completely free. You're not going to build for the inbound. So you see here, it's completely free, as much as you can dump into Microsoft Azure cloud, regardless of any of the zone. But when it comes to from one zone to the data goes to other side, that means the outbound transfer, you're going to charge based on the GBs. So the first 5 GB is completely free, but post to the 5 GB you're going to actually charged here in this case for Central US closely 87 cents per 5 GB, 5 to 10 GB you would be not charged. But the same price if I actually change to maybe Asian countries here, it's going to actually charged as a separate, or maybe to the UAE it's actually close to the 0.181 cents per 5 to 10 GB price. So it's not the same price for across the zones. That's why you need to remember that when you're trying to design, you should aware of this specific cost effects also. So zone 1 to zone 3, or whatever the zones you have for your high availability purpose, you configured your designs, you should aware of that what kind of data is actually flowing as an outbound, because inbound is completely free, but outbound you should be aware of that it's not the same cost gonna apply. So you need to calculate this specific cost also. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. In this short lecture, we will be exploring more about the pricing and how best we can calculate with our pricing calculator that is provided by Microsoft Azure for free. So Azure pricing calculator is completely a free service which you can use, and you can get a kind of code on your services that you wanted to use within Microsoft Azure. If I just click on pricing calculator, I'll just go to the azure.microsoft.com for pricing calculator. So you will see here all the products. Let's take a situation or scenario based so that it would be easy for you to practically think about, and you can create this pricing calculator as per your demo. So let's say I want to have one virtual machine, and I simply add here one virtual machine, and also I wanted to have my storage to be stored. That means my data to be stored in maybe in a file and print, or maybe I just have to store for some purpose, so I just use the storage account. So it doesn't mean that just the virtual machine and storage. I also need to have a kind of public IP. So I'll just go here and search for a product called IP, or you can go to the networking. You would be seeing. So I added also the IP address, and also as you know that the internet is incoming is free for the bandwidth, but outgoing is not free. So I'll just add a bandwidth here as a service that also added. Now also I wanted to take my entire services as a backup, so I'll just add here as your backup as a service. So as soon as I added, actually what is happening is, if you just scroll down here, all the products the way I added in the same order, it is actually visible for me. If you see here, for example, the first one I have added is a virtual machine, which is there here, and then the storage, it's there, and the IP address and bandwidth, and also the last one is your backup. Now what I'll do is I'll just try to uh, limit or try to create this for one of the project for me. So what I'm going to do is I'll just uh, go here to my scenario. For example, this is my virtual machine for my website specific, so web server. This the name I wanted to give as for example USC web hyphen srv01, which I wanted to create. So this is a web server, or you can maybe take out like this, so that this is a web server name which you are going to configure. So this is into website, so you can select the region. As you know that it all depends on the region, also the pricing. I can go for Windows operating system, and I don't want any kind of pre-built-in or pre-installed SQL Server or BizTalk. I just need a plain operating system, and the tire is the normal standard tire. With the instance type is, I wanted to change this to maybe, let's say I want a DS specific series. Here you see here 8 cores with the 28 GB RAM, which I wanted to choose this one. So it accordingly the pricing would automatically changed here. And you see here I don't want to go for the pay as you go model. Instead I want to reserve this for 3 years, so the cost has been completely gone down. You see here per month it was costing around 735. It has close to 42% I have already saved. And I want to furthermore to save because of my Windows Server license, which is coming from my on premises. Let's say I own already a Windows Server license. In that situation, I can simply click on this button. So this will save the cost. So the cost completely saved to 78%. So as you know that the actual pay as you go model was close to 700, and this has been decreased to 159. Think about it, the cost which has completely come down, right? And if I want more VMs, I can simply increase the VM count, but I just want one VM. So I've saved this, and now coming back to the managed disk. So this have not selected, but if you see here, it's automatically added, because any of the Windows operating system, it needs to be installed some of the disk, right? That's not what your C drive. So here the operating system is nothing but a managed disk. I wanted to go for premium, then the price would goes higher. But if I just go to the standard HDD, so the price will be very less. So I can choose whatever the option I wanted here. Let's say I want S4, or if I just go for the maximum of size, it actually goes higher pricing. But in my case, I just want to go for the default, and this is a storage account. So I wanted to give a name for the storage account. You may be wondering why I'm giving here the naming. So by giving here later point, I can actually export here the entire saving as the CSV format or Excel format. That would actually gives me more option. If you see here the export option, when I export it, actually I should be able to get a proper name. Let's say you have two VMs and two storage accounts. You don't know which what is the storage account and name or what purpose. It would be difficult to find out more information when you try to see or open the Excel file. So this way it's so easy for you to understand. So I will give here as the East US storage, okay, for my production for web apps example. So this is how I can easily recognize my storage account, purpose of storage account. And I want the performance as a standard, and it's going to be hot, not the cool or archive. So LRS, I don't want to go for GRS or RAGRS. In fact, we talked about all these options in the previous lectures. You can go through and you can check them. So I wanted to go for again the 3 years reserved, so that's going to be heavy costly. So I don't want to go far in that situation, so I'll just limit for only pay as you go model by paying only $20 per month. And these are the operations, write and read operations. So I hope these are the quite okay. If not, you would be increasing the performance based on the counters, right? So if it is more than that, it's gonna charged that specific count based. And now coming back to the public IP, so I wanted to configure this for my web app specific IP address. So this is again easy, and I'll just select as a basic. Again, for the public IP also you have the standard and uh, basic. So I just wanted to select as a basic ARM, and that's going to cost me around $0. This very less, nothing in fact. So if I give here the one dynamic IP, it's actually changes. If I use one static, it's going to charge me. So dynamic is 0, but I wanted to give here as a static one. As soon as I selected the static IP or the dynamic, it's actually costing close to $2.92. And now for the bandwidth, as you know that the first 5 GB is free for outbound, but the inbound you need to pay. You will be getting as a free anything you can store or you can dump basically within the Microsoft Azure cloud. So I'm just giving here as the bandwidth for the zone 1. Let's say zone 1 example. So zone 1 just for the outbound. For this, I'm expecting close to maybe 10 GB of the space or 10 GB of the bandwidth, which is gonna communicate other than this file. So total 15 GB, which is gonna charge for me. And coming back to the backup services, so I wanted to take the backup of my VM for my web server. So this is going to be again East US location. So I can say that 30 RPs, that is the 30 days I wanted to store, not for the weekly all that. So it's the by default which I wanted to configure. So it's going to charge for me based on the charges based on the size of that VM. So let's say that's a full cost of maybe 100 GB, which is coming total to 190 GB based on the 30 days storage and other things. So it's going to cost me around $14. And support. So there are Microsoft support plans are available. If you want to understand more about the support, like if you're the developer and you're stuck with some kind of problems, you would be choosing the developer plan. And the standard is the normal plan, which gets the minimal impact of your business specific. And the professional is the, for the larger companies, they take it the professional support plan, and you can choose developer cost, which is coming $29. And if you choose as the standard, it's $100. And professional, which is the highest support plan, it's a round figure of 1000 USD. And you can choose as pricing also, you can include it. If you don't want, you can take it out if it is part of your Microsoft Online Service Agreement. Now, once all this has been done, you can actually, if you have already signed in, it would actually saves here if just purchase options, or you can save it here by logging into it so that it will be available for the reference purpose. Now I'm going to actually export, or you can actually save share this with somebody else based on a link it's going to actually generate. And I'm going to actually uh, export because I have not yet logged in, so I can't save it. So exporting option I'm just wanted to show you here. So this is what it's open. You can check out here. The VM name is completely given here the way we wanted. If you remember, I did give the proper name, so that actually helped me to understand more about with this Excel as, oh, this is the customer name, and that's nothing but this VM, which is into this all our West US, this VM, and the storage account in East US, and it's going to charge for me. This is a cost. Input cost also they have included, and this is what it's going to charge for me per monthly basis. I hope this helped you how to estimate your cost. And this, remember that a pricing calculator is a free for you, and you can add as many as products that you wanted, and you can make sure that you try to name it and try to log in so that it would be available. And in future, if you want to clone it, you can duplicate it by login within your credentials. And you can also share this quote with anybody. And if you're stuck with designing of these kind of things, you can always reach the Microsoft support in order to understand what are the components to be taken up. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. In the short lecture, we will be understanding about total cost of ownership. In the previous lecture, we tried to learn about actual cost of or the pricing calculator for different resources within Microsoft Azure. But now what we try to do is we will go back to the TCO concept, where we can save or we can estimate the cost of saving when we move our resources to Microsoft Azure Cloud instead of we manage our own. So let's say this is a calculator page which is a free of cost. Again, if you just go to this link and you can input the required resources. Let's say you have your on-premises data center, and you might be having the number of servers, like say Windows servers you have, maybe 20 Windows servers you have, and you can add one more. Maybe you have another Linux servers, maybe close to another maybe 10 different servers altogether, or 20 servers. And per core you may have 4 servers example. So you just have to input the realistic data from your on-premises, and then you have to put the values that would actually gives you the value of the total cost of ownership when it compared with the, let's say you have a total for these maybe 8 GB of RAM, here also 128 GB of RAM, and GPUs I have maybe M series, I have maybe K series here. And now I may have here some of the database servers. So let's say I have 2 cores, or maybe RAM as 32 GB of the RAM, and optimized. And I do have the SQL servers licensing. What are the server I can add up here? Maybe I have maybe a 5 or different number of servers, and processors maybe per server. I can take up here maybe a 10 core or 12 core example. Here the 4 core, that's maximum what it can take. And storage, like what type of storage you have, NAS or local disk or SAN. So let's say I have a SAN of my hard disk with the total capacity of 10 TB and backup of 5 TB and archive of 5 TB example. And networking per month, maybe I'm actually outbound is expecting 100 GB plus. uh, and now this is the three step, right? You define your workloads by giving what you have in your on premises, and when you click on next, it actually adjusts the consumptions. Let's say you are already having Microsoft agreement, that's a software SA agreement, that's a software assistance agreement, so you can go for the hybrid benefit of saving close to 40% of Windows or SQL Server licensing. uh, that means the same licenses can be used within Microsoft Azure also, so you would be no charge lesser than 40% of the actual cost of your VMs. And I'm actually taking that option because we anyway have that licenses on your on-premises also, so there's nothing wrong, you go and use it in Microsoft Azure Cloud. And you're redundant if you want to use this kind of functionality, you can use it. If you think about the realistic, then definitely you or data center might be replicating in a geo redundant, then in that case you can take it. Otherwise you can take this as the benefit to compare the cost, and the virtual machines cost, all that, and the cost of your kilowatt per hour of electricity cost you can put it, and also the cost for the storage. These are the standard things, actually hardware cost or software or labor cost, all that. And I'm just taking all as a default, and show what actually I can save it here. If you see here, I can close to save 4,271,000 and 759 close to dollars. I can save as much as over the 5 years of the uses if I try to use the same workloads within Microsoft Azure, because this is actually giving you more in detail report, and you can talk with your management to show that what kind of cost it is actually coming up. So this is called the TCO. When you look at this website, which is a calculator which will give you more help. It actually helps you to more understanding about how you can save that, and you can also contact Microsoft to get it more information. You can save this and you can share, you can download in terms of the complete report wise. So that would definitely help you out to better understanding about this report if you actually save it, and you can share this report with your management. I hope you would be understanding about the cost where it is actually involved. If you see here, the most of the cost is coming 90% from the computing and the data center cost, networking, storage, IT labor, and it is actually showing you where exactly the cost is coming and how much it is actually costing. A total cost split also it was showing here, including the electricity. And if you want to adjust, you can always adjust these values according to your realistic values, and then you would be getting more realistic savings when compared with the Azure and your on-premises if you try to manage this. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. I'll catch you in the next lecture. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will be learning about planning and managing Microsoft Azure cost so that we can minimize. So minimizing our cost is Azure continuous process. If you can see here, three pillars of what we follow, starting from the accountability and optimizing and visibility. So in every key pillar we would be performing some actions, follow a complete life cycle of Azure resources. That way you would be minimizing your total cost that is you're going to paying for Microsoft Azure. As our users changes, as more users on our site, as people use our sites and applications in a different ways, our users is going to start to vary over time, and over time we need to kind of constantly re-evaluate to see if there is an
any opportunity to minimize our cost. This is a continuous process that we should be engaged in constantly, and as we can see within this image, we did talk in the previous lectures wherever we can save the cost. For example, by using the cost management optimization, we can use the Azure Advisor or Dev Test Labs, where you get some kind of free credits. You can use them. Also, innovative programs like licensing mobility for using the hybrid configurations, where if you bought already licenses you can reuse them. And also for your teams you can provide the Visual Studio subscription if they have, and we would be giving them close to $150 for their testing of any kind of development and test kind of workloads instead of you build them. Similarly, you also have the discounting options, which we talked in the previous lectures, where we compared with the pay-as-you-go model and Azure RIs or reserve instances, where we can save close to 70 to 80% of the investment. And also we covered the differences between the costing when compared with the Amazon AWS services versus Azure. So the cost optimization starts from the subscription, what kind of subscription we would be taking, because the subscriptions comes from the offer details. Either you want to go for the pay-as-you-go model or free trial or any of the support plans you want to include. If you look at the complete cost optimization, you need to understand about three different teams that are involved in this methodology. The first one would be the finance team, who's going to approve the budgets and the forecast of spendings, and also the managers who are responsible for organizations that are go for the cloud spendings, and also the app teams that are nothing but your engineers managing the cloud resources day to basis, and they develop and they put all your workloads in the cloud. And so these teams are key responsible in outlining your organizations to successfully managing the cost. When it comes to the planning, you need to understand what kind of business problem we are going to solve by hosting that specific application. Maybe are we going to address this by infrastructure as a service or platform as a service, or we use as the direct service. So we need that visibility. When it comes to the visibility, they will know that if it is very well structured, the cost management really helps to inform them for the people how much it's going to cost for them, and also the people who are responsible for the accountability for this spendings within their teams. And optimization comes into the picture when we want to reduce our spendings to use the only most optimized purchasing mechanisms or licensing optimizations or deployment changes, any of them. Coming back to the planning with the cost in mind, we need to think about either Azure offers that's the best meets your needs, or the resources you need to plan to use, how much they might cost. So once you plan these things, you would be onboarding with an options how long you're gonna use this Azure services. I'm going to test it, or do I plan to build long-term infrastructure? And then you would come into the picture for paying Microsoft Azure cost. Either you want to go for free or pay as you go model, or with the enterprise agreement. So when it comes to the enterprise agreement, it's going to be upfront, whereas the pay as you go model, there's no commitment, so no minimum or no commitment, so you can cancel any time and you may have to pay it. But when you go for the reserved instances, you would be saving the cost with a combination of hybrid close to 70 to 80 plus percentage when it compared with the pay as you go model. So you need to think about that. You need to use the Azure price calculator, and this pricing calculator will tell you the at least the forecast of your spending limit on that specific resources. If you have very well planned uh, your deployment or your business problem that you wanted to solve, and if you are identified that you would be able to get some kind of calculating prices. And then you can also use if you want to migrating any of the VMs or any of the on-premises services, you can use the Azure migration services and get the costing information. When it comes to analyzing your and managing your cost, the billing comes into the picture. So the better would be you need to tag properly your Azure resources so that it would be grouped when it comes to billing data, so that you know that what resources are grouped and where the cost is coming up. So that's what it talks about it. And also you need to analyze the current month bill, and are you going to save somewhere, or really are you going to use some of the resources, and you can check on that. And if you want to consider for charging back for your internals, you can do that based on your organization process. And also the exporting the bill on schedule and sync up with some kind of information, and you can create your own budgets and analyze your bills. And also you can cut out the waste if any of the VMs are not using, or maybe you scale for a higher level but the VM does not require that kind of higher level configuration. Then you would be using the Azure Advisor to get that kind of information. If you can go back and check about this tutorial which talks about for example here synth driver 1 is a VM which is costing close to this much, and you can actually potentially save if you can resize your virtual machine, or if you can shut down it because it's not used. And it actually gives you the complete advisory information as a recommendation. Here you can resize to D2 as V3 from maybe a different SKU altogether. So if you can see here, it's configured as a V3 with the D8S series, and you can configure to a standard D2 V3 so that you can actually save the cost. So you see here you're gonna saving the cost here from the standard D8 configuration to D2 yes configuration. So you will be saving a lot when it compared. So these kind of recommendations would automatically comes from the cost management best practices and the Microsoft advisory. This is the advisory recommendation which we talked about here. And also you can size the properly VMs. Such information you can easily find from the Azure advisory, or you might have to calculate the proper load on that workloads, and use the auto scaling options if really needed. And if there is a possibility, go for the Azure reservations, so that you would be saving at least the 72% to 80+%. And also use the hybrid benefits that would save at least 40 to 55% of licensing cost on your Microsoft Azure spendings. If you're interested in learning more about minimizing your Azure costs, I would really encourage you to check out this blog post, and there's specific resources which I'm actually attaching within this lecture, and go through with them. And this is one of the good blog posts which talks about at the high level of every possible information. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. In the short lecture, we will be learning about Azure Cost Management. As you can see, Azure Cost Management can be integrated or can be directly viewed from Microsoft Azure portal, a consolidated view of all your spending, and you can analyze the cost, and also you can set up the cost alerts and your budgeting also. So you can see here what resources are actually costing, and if you see here, the blue ones are coming as the Azure, but not the other light blue was coming from the AWS. So you might be wondering why I'm able to see AWS and Azure. So Azure Cost Management is a product from third party. Later point, Microsoft has acquired that company, and they can actually view, or they can show you the cost of any of the Azure, any of the cloud services. For example, it could be Google, or it could be AWS, or Azure. So you can view directly from one single dashboard. So that's the advantage having Azure Cost Management. And I'm going to show you that in a minute by the portal. So this is the portal where you can go to the Azure dashboard, and then you can
go to the cost management and billing, and if you have not yet enabled your billing, you can actually enable this by going for the try preview. As I said, it's a owned by another company called Cloudian, and this has been acquired by Microsoft recently, and they are trying to integrate all the features that they own. Normally this is a completely a different portal. You need to sign up, and then you need to create your account, and you can integrate um, Google's cloud, or maybe AWS cloud or Azure cloud in one place, and you can view them at one single dashboard. But in our case, since we are using the Microsoft Azure, you can actually view from here. If you want to try preview, you can go to the portal and then sign up for the free trial, and then it would actually gives you the trial option. So that way actually you would be getting this option. So once you have enabled this, you can go for the cost analysis of what kind of benchmarks you want to select it, or what kind of a trend, what kind of alerts are coming up. So we did have shown you in the different PPT here about the costing. I did not enable here much, but you would be getting a normal cost here. So here it would tell about the not the current, and forecasting also will be there. So if you see here, the next month I'm going to cost on 2.87k in INR, which is going to be costed for me. And the current starting credit of this is my balance, and I'm going to paid as this in the future. So, and you can explore more on your spendings. Let me show you here how you can analyze the cost analysis. If I just go here, you have a total of 5 different pillars where you can filter out based on these. For example, I wanted to view for accumulated cost of the trend. You can get that information in this format, and you see here it's going to actually spending is here currently as in Feb 9th, but it can reach by Feb 29th of this month to this, and I would be ending up charge for 2,435 INR. So that's a forecast of your pricing if the services are currently turned on in this same state. And you can filter here again to just get the more information on specific services also. So let me go back here once again to the cost by resource. So this would gives me the information about the resource by cost. So you see here my public IP is getting costed for me around 12.87, uh, which is my local currency cost. Similarly here, my software files which are stored in a blob project, which is costing me 230 rupees in INR. So these are the information I can get it, and this information I can feel free to export the way I want it. So I'm just comparing for the last 3 months cost by services. So this would gives me a bar chart kind of thing which talks about sorry, the pie chart it's coming up looks like, but you would be getting the exact information of for the last 3 months. So you can filter here based on the chart the way you want it, the chart from the last 3 invoices. So you can filter here and see here what's happening for the SQL database. I got charged what are the services I have charged, so it is actually showing me the cost specific things. So it is also charging me based on my resource group. So this is for NS specific resource group, and other tutorials which I use within this course are charge me this is the amount. And also I can go for one more view which I can show you here, a daily cost invoice details. So this would talks about monthly invoice cost. You see here my P10 disk has costed, this is a cost. So you get the cost analysis can be done directly from here. So that's the advantage of using the cost management tool. And also you can go for the budget. So when you talk about the budget, you can define what is the current budget you want to configure for your monthly. So this is the amount I want put as a threshold, not to go beyond that threshold, because we never know what kind of budget may come if somebody has pinned up more resources. So it will actually show you from the last few months because based on my filters here, you see here in the month of October I spent more, close to $7,000, and I can set up some kind of budget. So the ideal budget would be the 6,000, which should be a good budget because I'm not crossing anywhere if I can average of all these months. So I can set an budgeting here so that it's not gonna cross that budget. If that is the case, it's gonna call as a threshold. And you can also set the alerts, like costing alerts. You can configure for your subscriptions if this specific budgeting scoping of this specific subscription, if it is going for close to 6,000, it would actually trigger for you as an alert for you, so that you would be aware of what's going on. So that's the option. So you also have the Azure recommendations, as I said in the previous lecture, where you can save some kind of cost by resizing your VMs, or maybe you can applying the shutdown option so that you can save the cost also. So this would give you more option, but in my case currently I followed all the recommendations, so I don't see anything. But if you have any of the resources that's not following a standard, it would actually give you the more. And also, as I said, Cloud is a third party which was acquired by Microsoft, and slowly they are integrating all the cost specific features which used to be getting from the Cloud is integrated into the cost management, which is a cost management and billing options. Here you would be getting it. So if you want, you can go to this ideal portal, and from there also you can log in and check out your costings. And coming back to the billing or the documentation, so coming back to the enrollment, we talked about the enrollment management and subscriptions, all that possible information. Also, we can schedule it, we can export these reports automatically to come up for us based on the cost analysis. And also, we talked about optimizing the cost usage with the recommendation from Azure Advisor in the previous lecture. Also, even within this lecture, we covered a little bit on that. Coming back for the cost management and billing specific pricing, which is almost free for Microsoft Azure, but if you're trying to use for Google Cloud or maybe AWS, in that situation, it's going to charge you close to 1% of your total bill. If your bill is low, then it would be you're really getting a lower cost. But what if your bill is generating in a millions? You have to pay for 1% of that cost. So let me show you within the calculator. I just added here, and you see here cost management for the building. So whatever the Azure spending per month, it's actually calculating with the zero. That means you're not going to charge for anything. But if that's the case with the AWS or Google Cloud platform, for example, you want to have a single view of 3 different cloud spendings, then you might have to use this kind of scenario to view the cost management option from Microsoft Azure. In that situation, you would be ending up paying of 1% of total cost. For example, here whatever the cost it's coming for, that you're going to pay for that cost. So that's how you're going to charge for it. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. In this short lecture, we will be learning about Azure support plans that are offered by Microsoft. If you can go with this Microsoft web page, which talks about the comparison of different support plans that we have within the Microsoft Azure. So the first plan would be, if you sign up with Microsoft Azure, you would be getting as a basic plan, which is a free of cost. So regardless of your what kind of support plan you have taken, you will be getting a free support on the listed issues, but this is very limited. If you can look at the scope of this support is all the available Azure resource accounts, it's going to give a support with the 24/7 accessing to the billing and subscription support only. That means if you have some issues with the billing, or you have some issues with your subscription, then you would be getting, but not the technical. And also you will be getting for the online self-help and documentation, white papers, support, and forums. That means these are publicly available. In fact, the documentation, whatever it is available, and the self-help, all these are publicly available, and you would be getting that support. So there's nothing much you would be getting out of free basic support. But other way, you are getting actually very good support on the building issues. Let's say you have some building issue, or maybe some kind of issues on the subscription specific, you'll be getting it. And also best practices, you will be getting a set of information from Microsoft Azure advisory recommendation, you will be getting it. And also health notifications, like we talked about the health, service health and other things, so that you're gonna get the help. The next one would be the developer support. This you need to buy even as a separate if you are the developer. So you would be getting the developer support with unlimited contact and unlimited cases. Uh, and you can access for self C kind of tickets with the 8 hours, with the general guidance on architecture support. Also you can get this support. And if you see the billing, this is actually charging close to $29 per month, whereas the next level of the support is the most common, which would be the standard, where you would be charged close to $100 per month, with added advantages like you can have the SEF B and SEF A tickets with a response of 4 hours and 1 hour for SEF A category tickets. And when you go back to the professional direct support, which is a close to 1000 USD support, that means 1000 USD to be paid to get per month a support on a professional direct, where you would be getting almost all kind of access. And here are not just the architectural support, you can get the support and the best practices delivery by pro direct delivery manager directly. One engineer, one direct delivery manager will be assigned to you, and you can get this support directly from them on your designing and your architectural guidance. And coming back to the operational support, ongoing any of these services, also they are going to give you the consultation services, will be provided by Microsoft, and you will be getting the Azure engineering lead web seminars also. This is, as I said, it's $1,000 per month. Now the highest level support called premium support, which can be made up with the enterprise agreement support. So you would be getting almost all of these kind of services. But if you see here, the critical impact of the response time is almost 15 minutes for Azure rapid response, and there is a dedicated team who's going to support you, and more experts and more expertise support you would be getting on a critical business impact issues. And also the engineers directly can give you on your complete architectural support end to end. If really needed, they would be able to design for you. But at the same time, if you really need them to be at your on premises also, they can come and they can deliver whatever the requirements you have on Microsoft Azure designing site. So that's the additional thing, but you can't I mean, the pricing was not disclosed here because this is part of, you need to contact them, and you can bundle with your enterprise agreement. And let's jump into the FAQs of frequently asked questions. So if you see here, Azure support is a marketplace where the Azure is offered. Some services may not be covered in all regions immediately after generally available. So not all the support you can get it for all the regions, and also you can get the 24/7, but not for all the category of the tickets. But if it is a and B, definitely you will be getting the support. And for the Japanese of a SEV A development plan on C, on also the low level security, also you would be getting it, but not for others as a developer. So these are the additional FAQs. You can go through it. I would be attaching within this resource section of this lecture, and you can submit the request directly from the Azure portal. Let me show you how to support, how to get a or how to raise a ticket. So let's say you have an issue with virtual machine example. So you can go back to the support here, select your required virtual machine, and you see you would be getting here new support request. So you would be getting this new support request almost on all the Azure resources. So you can simply take the plan what you have, and then you can contact them directly by typing all that information like a problem type and other things. But if you're directly generally open, you can always go to help and support. From here also you can get it. And coming back to the other common community support, what you can get is Microsoft has tied up with Stack Overflow, where the engineers will be paid if they can answer more on this Stack Overflow, so you can officially post here. That's what it actually means. If you just see here, they says that documentation, white papers, and support forums. So when they say support forums, it means that these all are the support options you can get it. Let's say the most popular one would be the Amazon forums and Stack Overflow. So in my case, I normally use the Amazon forums. If I really stuck here, you can post any kind of Azure issues related to the development or any kind of thing, and you would be getting this support. So simply go to the community and go to forums. Within this forums, you search for the required protocol. For example, in my case, I wanted to post on the using Azure forums, or maybe Microsoft Azure Cloud. So if I see here, I can select all the Azure specific and submit. That's gonna actually list here every possible questions that are posted. You are like me here, and I would be getting the support. You can actually filter it here with the answer questions. So if you just want to know about the answers questions only, so you see here compassion of Azure Factory, the data factory with the Azure stage and information specific one, you would be getting here. And also if you just click on this specific icon, it would be give you the answer. So if it is tick mark, that means it's accepted by, and it is answered by this guy, and it is proposed by answered as this, and this is the answer for that question. So this is where you can post any kind of technical problems you have under free support. Or you can also post under Stack Overflow, which is again a TechNet kind of community forum. They tagged with the Azure, and like few people freelancers also, they actively work here to get it answer the question, so that they would be paid for their work actually. So you see here Azure AD iOS specific client authentication through .NET. This is development side. So this was a question, and they can answer for that. This was asked exactly 1 minute ago. So as you know that now it's so popular and so useful, all the information you can check out here. I hope this is useful for you, and I made it very clear about what kind of plan to be used to take the support plans. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. In this short lecture, we will run with the steps that we can follow to create Azure support case. So as you know that I have already explained in the previous lecture, to open a case, you can go to that specific resource and look for help or support. For example, if you are looking for any kind of help directly from the Azure portal, you can click on this. Or if you're looking for some kind of help, maybe let's take one of the storage account for example, and you are looking for some kind of help on this, so you have an option here directly from the resource. So the main advantage or difference would be if you try to open from here, so you might have to enter what kind of resource and all that when you click and open from here. But directly from here, you know that right from that specific object, you know what's happening, and you can directly open a case. So that's the advantage. So let's run with the steps that needs to be taken. So you can click on that question mark that would gives me the help and support, and you can fill the new support request directly from here. That's what we can click on it. For example, here you need to select this resource specific things and other things. But whereas if you select from here, it would be just a new support, and then you would be filling up all that required information. For example, if you have a plan for Azure services, what kind of service you have the problem, maybe is this a specific VM or stopping VM or such things, all that will be listed here. And then you need to choose the type of the issue. So in this case, if you see here, the type of the issue is technical. So when you choose a technical, that means you should have a plan, because if you remember, we talked about free plan, that's a basic plan, which doesn't cover your billing, which only covers for the billing and your subscription specific things, but not your actual technical problems. So to clear any of the technical issues that you have, either you need to have any of the standard or professional, direct or premium support. So in this case, it is a technical. That means the subscription I need to choose next, and then the type of the resource and type of the issue you have. And once you fill that, you can simply look for the solutions. If any of the solution is already found, that's fine. Otherwise, you need to raise a case that would actually raise a case for you. And there's a wonderful video which is I'm going to share with this a video which you can go through it, which was driven by Ganga, and you can check that video also. Let me run on my Microsoft portal. So what would happen is, since I don't have a technical plan, I can't open a case directly on a technical issue. Instead, I can go for any of the billing or the subscription specific. So if you see here technical, and then I should be able to choose a problem that you want me to resolve. So I have in fact the technical subscription, so I can choose here what kind of problem. Let's say I have a problem with my Azure firewalls, or maybe with some of the virtual machine. Let's say it got not I'm not able to connect to the VM or something like that. Then I should be able to list that specific VM here. So I need to select the resource group, whatever the resource groups I have. So I have only one, and I need to uh, type of the problem I need to choose. For example, I want to migrate or move to some other location, or to Azure site recovery has a problem, something like that. You can choose it based on your problem description and the subcategory and type of the issue. Let's say I'm not able to uh, take the backup example, and then you simply have to click on the next solutions. So that would actually take me to the solutions options. You choose one of the option. If any of these can be resolved, that's well and good. Otherwise, you need to click on next details, and then you can choose one of the plan. So in my case, $29 plan, or example you see here, this is a plan which is talking about the developer and standard. So based on that mechanism, or based on that subscription plan, you can choose it, view plans, and then submit the case. So since it's a technical, I don't have a subscription plan, so I can't proceed further, but that's the steps what you can follow. Hope that helps you to understand about how to raise a case with Microsoft. Thank you for watching this. I hope this is useful for you.
Hello and welcome back. In this short lecture, you will be learning about this Azure resources and the Knowledge Center. To begin with that, Microsoft has providing all the resources at one place to get more information on Microsoft Azure. For example, the Knowledge Center is the one of the key thing. If you just go to the Microsoft Knowledge Center on specific to Azure, you have all the FAQs kind of information. Let's say you want to understand about more about virtual machine for the common problems. Let's say, am I built separately for logical disk? No. So such kind of logical questions or designing specific questions, if you have anything, you would be getting here are the common questions what they are receiving on those products will be published here as a FAQ, so that it's like yes and no kind of answers, so that you can become as an expert with respect to all those products or the services which are offered by Microsoft within Microsoft Azure Knowledge Center. And coming back to other resources within the Microsoft Azure resource page, you have a training material which is available. So mostly it would be about hands-on and learning for free and learning path. So here you can choose one of the path. For example, Azure Fundamental, this is a course what we are trying to learn. So like this, for every course there is a complete path, and you can follow that path and complete the step-by-step instructions on learning text, so that you would be definitely learning more from there. Also, you have the videos which are recorded every Friday. Microsoft Azure recorded videos, or maybe channel 9 specific videos, or the downloads and the events which are coming up on specific to the Azure resources. Any of the events which are running, or Azure updates and code samples. If you have the code samples, can be downloaded. Also case studies. For example, let's take one of the case study, maybe Adobe, how it has benefited by using the Microsoft Azure. They would be talking about that specific information. So it's all about
a resource center will have almost all the possible informations you have available. Here you also have the templates that can be used as the uh, any of the templates. For example, you can deploy a VM, simple VM with the tags. So this is a simple VM can be used with this kind of PowerShell commands. So this is a one template which is available, and you can start directly deploying from your browser itself if you have already signed in. And also coming back to the other one would be the most important one would be the solution architecture. So if you are looking for some kind of solution, let's say you want on maybe let's say you can IoT, for example, you're thinking about Internet of Things, kind of design for your solution. You may have to look at these kind of designs which are available. Similarly for the networking, so let's say I want to create one of the networking on-premises network connected to Azure using a VPN. So it would this is a design which it talks about, and you can download this visual file on top of it, and you can add the components, and you can design this kind of solution. And they give you the recommendations, everything, all the architecture designs that should be configured as a best practices can be found within the resource center or solution architect. So this is very important. So here, as of now, you can think about it. Most important thing would be the trainings and the videos and the knowledge center and templates, solution architects, whatnot. Almost everything is important. If you're a developer, again, code samples, and for the latest up to date, you can get in touch with the e-wings and Azure updates and downloads. You can download some of the CLI files or specific to the Azure resources and SDK information you can download, and you can develop on top of it, or you can integrate those things. And also white papers. So these white papers are a kind of ebooks which are available. Let's say you want to learn about IoT signal reports. There's an ebook. So there is analysis reports. White papers are available. So if you're more into the management side, this might be useful. Or if you're looking into the designing and architectural side, these white papers might answer your cloud specific solutions. I hope this is useful for you, and make sure that you check out these resource center or resources web page. That would really help you out in order to learn in the future for with respect to Microsoft Azure. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will be learning about service level agreements, in short SLAs. With Microsoft Azure, you do have the service level agreements, and it actually represents the uptime is guaranteed, but not for the performance or bandwidth or the feature availability within Microsoft SLAs. So SLAs are understand that they guarantee, and they don't guarantee the formulas that we can use to calculate uptime and downtime. The first thing to keep in mind is that the only thing that's guaranteed is the Azure uptime, not the performance or bandwidth or features availability. So SLAs are not guaranteed or guaranteeing performance or bandwidth or availability of certain features. So they only guaranteeing that each product of services up, and they guarantee it is that they express uptime as a percentage of the total time in month, completely in a month, and that performance of the uptime is what is guaranteed for each product. So now if an incident ever happens that causes the uptime to fall below what's guaranteed by the SLAs, then you're entitled to get a credit towards your monthly service fees because of that. A guaranteed monthly uptime percentage is usually measured something like 99.9 or 99.95 in terms of the percentage, but there is a formula for that to calculate. So the percentage of the formula is you need to calculate total monthly uptime that's equivalent to maximum available in minutes minus downtime divided by maximum available minutes into 100. So let's calculate that formula. Let's take you have here the formula. So maximum available minutes are, let's take 100 minutes, and after that there could be a 10 minutes was the downtime example. So I'll just minus with 10, so you got the 90. Now
whatever the value you are getting of the 90 is divided by total available times. So in this case, total available was 100. So you would be getting 0.9 percentage. Again, that is into 100. So I'll just have to multiply with 100. So that's a 90 percentage which is available time. So that's how Microsoft is calculating. So we're down about the 10 minutes and up for the 90 minutes. So we have a 90 percentage of the uptime what we got. So that's just kind of a quick example on how formula works. The maximum minutes actually downtime divided by the maximum minutes. Uh, that's the times of 100. So again, to kind of summarize what the service level agreements is really a guaranteeing is just uptime of the products expressed as a percentage of the total time per month that the service is guaranteed up to date. And if fall below that, you're entitled for a credit. So when I say credit, uh, let's say let me show you this example here. So this is the service level legal documentation, and this is where it talks about all the Microsoft uh, products and their SLA. So it's not for all the products as the same as a SLA. Let's say if you maybe using the Azure bot services, it would be different SLAs, and if you use the blockchain or maybe DevOps or other products, it would be completely different service levels. So let me show you here one of the Active Directory specific, it is actually 99.9. But whereas if you just go down and check for other things like Azure Firewall, they're going to give you a guarantee of 99.95. So for every product, it is not the same. Now let's understand about in case if something goes wrong, how Microsoft is giving you back as a credit. So let's take as example in this case Azure Active Directory. Unfortunately, this can't go down, but let's assume that you have a downtime. So then they will be calculating with that formula which we have already explained in the few minutes back. And now if anything is there, so you're getting actually if it is a 99.9 percentage, you are getting the service credit of 25 percentage. That means there's a 25 percentage of total usage of the billing cost would be come back to you as a credit. And if they are there's a downtime or only like 1% was a downtime, which is a 50% you are getting back that credit. And if it is a 95%, you get the 100% of the credit back. That's how they calculate, and that's a legal service what Microsoft is offering to you. So this way you can calculate and you can check out for each product. I hope this explains about the legal services for SLE within the Microsoft Azure, as well as how to calculate and the better of the credit policies, how they are going to give you off with the credit policies within the each product. And as you remember that every product has their own SLAs. Talk about the uptime, and that is also in a percentage. If Microsoft is not able to offer that, they are going to give you back as in terms of the servicing credit. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will be learning about Azure updates, which are covered in detail about the products that are generally available, or the products which are available in a preview mode, or the Microsoft whatever they are trying to develop, or the products which are the features which are in a development mode. We'll go through what public and private preview features a little bit more. Not to start anytime, we will see about the products and services on Microsoft Azure, and it's a kind of official product or release or the product that is called generally available. So if a product is generally availability, then we call it as the feature which is available now, and we get this kind of icon within this page. This is a Microsoft Azure updates page. And for the products which are available as the now available, which is a generally available, for that the SLAs which we talked in the previous lectures are applicable. But the products which are in a preview, which are released, might be for only for the few people, or maybe released for the private and public previews that might or might not come for the general availability state. If the product doesn't like by many people, maybe nobody is using, they might retire that product. But if a product is used by many people and that feature is really good, and Microsoft may include or add up that as the next step as the generally available. By doing that, we get as a generally available product. So whatever the products are in a preview mode are not going to be get any kind of service levels, and even we don't get the support also from the Microsoft Azure, or we get it very limited support since it is in a preview and they're still testing on a public data. And make sure that if you're trying to design any of the solutions with the products that are in a preview, you might have to take this as a caution about SLAs and support in terms of product designing. You can filter these with applicable. For example, if I just filter with the in preview, and I can choose the category also. Let's say I want it for computing section, so I can simply choose that and apply the filter. So I would be getting as only preview. If you see here as your backup for the SAP HANA and other, it's going to be one of the feature for the soft delete. Similarly, Siri console for the virtual machines now available in US government cloud, which is in a preview state. Now, similar option, if we as a requested Microsoft to develop, or they develop some kind of new features, they would be taking up, and you can check out here with the filter of in development. So we can see here Service Fabric Mesh Preview is currently running availability zone support for Service Fabric clusters. So these are the products which they are taken as a development, and anytime they may develop these and they will put it into the preview mode for the public and private. And then once we are previewed and based on the data they collect and they see, it might release to the general availability. So then the product will come up with some kind of service level agreements, and for the support it will be handed over. Until that, the product team and the development team internally, they take care of it, and we shouldn't be developing any kind of products or designs in a preview or in a development state kind of products. Let me show you in the console how it looks like the preview option. If I just go to my one of the option within the cost management and billing scope, if you can remember, we tried to manage the cost management in the previous lectures. So here you can see here try preview. So this is the new feature when you go to this preview panel, the preview new portal. When it's open as a new portal, you can see here it is into the preview state, and also I'm able to get it as a preview.portal.azure.com. So that's one example I can show you. And if I just go to all services in Microsoft Azure portal.com, and you can see some of them are referred as a preview still, like mesh applications, SAP HANA on Azure, because there's a completely new service where you can host your SAP services, SAP HANA, especially because a very big systems, that's SAP HANA, you can now host on a Microsoft Azure. They're bringing up and they are doing the changes to suit into the Microsoft Azure. So such things are shown here as the preview option. So by this time you might have understand about what exactly the preview and the generally available features are the services. So these are the generally available. If you see here, if it is a depreciated, it is clearly mentioned in the brackets, are clearly mentioned as the depreciated. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. So far we talked about preview of the Azure features are in development, and also we talked a little bit on the publicly available or generally available, in short GA. But now we'll just focus a little bit more on the general availability specific. General availability or GA means that once a feature has been fully evaluated, or maybe after releasing the as a preview and it is successfully tested, it might be released to the customers as part of the Azure default product set. This feature is referred as the general availability or GA. So Azure GA products and services may not always be available on every region. This is one of the key important that you need to remember. And as I said earlier in the previous lectures, generally available products always will align with the service levels and service support. But it doesn't mean that that same product must be available in all the regions. Let's take one of the example as let's search here maybe customer TP. If I search here for the customer TP, I should be able to find this specific product is available in Canada and almost all the regions. You see here, it's actually listed almost every region. But if I search another product also, just to compare with the data lakes, so data lake analytics, if I look at here, this product is missing in Canada East, Canada Central. That means they're still not ready with the data centers or the region completely, or the systems are not ready to release this feature. So you can't use data lake analytics in Canada region, Canada Central or Canada East, but you can use in a central use, which is a nearest location maybe. But so you need to remember that not all the products and services are available in every region. That's the outcome that you should be taken out from the generally available products. And you can see, if the tick mark is a preview, also it will be showing you. So make sure that when you're trying to do any kind of products, you make sure you just try to go through this kind of chart, which would talk about all the features and which they are available or not. In generally available in all the locations. If you see here, the Bing specific one, but not all the products. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. In this short lecture, we will review the previous few of the lectures, what we have so far discussed, and also we will be learning more about Azure updates and the feedback, and within the console how you can view what is latest changes. So to begin with that, in the previous lectures, we talked about service level agreements, which are generally available, or GA available products, the service levels agreements what we have seen, and there is a formula for that, like monthly uptime equivalent, maximum available minutes minus downtime, where you get the output, and after that you would be dividing with the maximum available minutes into 100. And that we also talked about it. And apart from that, we also talked about the preview features which are available like this, for example here, within the Azure updates. This is the main page where you can actually view any of the upcoming latest changes, so that you can actually monitor. The right word would be the monitoring all the feature updates. So you can see here, you can filter this and you get all the preview features and which are in a development. So for the preview of the features, you can't get the SLA and you can't get the proper support. So it's up to our risk that we can use it. And also there is a tags where you can filter with the tags based by searching here that specific tag information. For example, I can go here as your private link and search it, so that would actually list all this tag specific information or wherever it was listed. So this is a useful search button. You also have an option for browsing the category based on the products. Also, you have an option for RSS feeds, where you can go for the RSS feeds so that you would be getting all the latest changes, or if anything is updated. For example, today it has been already released. Feb 7th, specific Azure Key Wallet related endpoint is now available as in a preview. So this might go after a few days to now available state. That's what we discussed in the previous lectures. Now, if you are looking for a monthly based updates, you can always look at here, or just go to the Microsoft site and go back to the question mark here and click on what's new. This is actually gonna give you in detailed information, very similar what you have seen here, but directly you can get that information right from the Azure portal. Like for example, if you see here, Azure Key Wallet, which is a private endpoints, now available in a preview state. So this is a new change which we have seen on a Feb 7th. So the same thing is already available within the portal. This is other way to view it. Also, you can go for the Azure blogs, which talks about the latest blogging information, and also the training videos and how to use all that would come into the picture here. And now the last one would be the providing a feedback. When you are ready to provide some kind of feedback, when you click on this, you would be actually ending up with the general feedback web page. So this is a general feedback
web page where you can actually post on a category like I want a specific idea. Let's say think another way, like you wanted a specific feature in within the virtual machines, like uh, it should have a built-in antivirus or built-in agent, kind of a feature which you're looking. You can simply post it here, and if everybody votes it, for example, if you see here Google App Engine is the best in terms of the free tier for developers. I'm sure Microsoft can afford it, but they don't. This is too bad. So this is a small feedback which has given to Microsoft, and if everybody is voting here, based on the voting, they would actually uh, take it as a consider as a feedback, and they would under review. Once that is reviewed, they would actually go and release as a preview feature for us. Once it is in a preview state, you would be able to view in the preview state like this, and then it may go for general availability also. So it all depends, but you can provide any kind of feedback right from here under feedback.azure.com. And within this feedback, general feedback, you can also filter specific to the products which are available within the Microsoft Azure. So for example, I just filter with the AD Active Directory. You can see that AD support for the nested groups in Azure AD. So definitely nested groups are not available within the Microsoft Azure AD. Most of the people are looking for that, and we are continuously investigating options for adding this support, and that's the comment direct from Microsoft product owner. So that's a product team who has communicated with you or the feedback form. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. Firstly, congratulations, you have completed the course. Now, this lecture will talk about how to schedule your exam and what kind of questions you can expect or how you're going to answer that. I recommend you to go through at least 3 times for answering the questions which are in my test set which I have provided to you within the course. So just go through that all the questions, and 3 times at least. If you can answer 3 times the same questions, that would definitely help you. If you missed out any of the concept also, I'm sure that almost the similar questions you would be getting in the exam, and that makes you to score more than 700, in fact close to 900 also, because the questions or the definitive questions on this scenario based. And to talk more, at least as I said, end of this video, you would be getting that the length of this exam would be the 60 minutes, but unfortunately I can't give you that 60 minutes count on in the practice exams because that feature is not available within the Udemy. I'm sorry for that. But you can clock manually and try to answer all the questions within 60 minutes, 50 questions, and try to do that by answering like multiple choices or true, false, or drag and drop kind of questions. You would be getting no case studies. Remember this. If you have the case studies, it's a very lengthy of paragraph, and answer would be a small one, but all the time will go off there to analyze that design, all that. This is very fundamental course within the Microsoft Azure series, so it should be very easy in fact. And I recommend you to go thrice at least the exam which I have given all the dumps. That would makes you easy for clearing your Azure exam. So to begin with that, I will bookmark this link in the resource section, or you can just go to the certifications and then look for AZ-900 exam. So this is the exam, and we covered all these skill measures within our course. Now it's time for scheduling the exam. The cost of this exam is mentioned here as 99 USD. You can check within your local currency by going back here, and also you can schedule this exam either from Pearson or Certipoint, any of them, by locating the nearest test center which is available for you. So once you are in that page, you can register for this. So once you have registered, you have a few of the process. So let's take that on the day of the exam or the scheduled day, you will reach the testing center and you'll walk into the door, and then you would actually check-in process will be there, where you would be
showing your identity proof and some kind of photograph that's in person. So it has to be proved that it's you, and then you would be entering into the testing room, and you would be given uh, a system, and that would be completely monitored. You shouldn't be talking with anybody. Such kind of restrictions will be there on that day when you are in front of the exam computer. So once you will be prompted close to 50 different questions. To answer that 50 questions, you will have a time length which is counting close to 60 minutes, which is counting time will start. So 50 questions within 60 minutes, you should be answering them, all of them, and you can skip it, but you should be answering all of them. And here you don't have the scenario based questions unlike for other exams, so it's good that it doesn't take much time. So it would be the format of the questions would be like you will have a multiple choice questions or true or false, sometimes the drag and drop also. Trust me, you will have enough time to answer that questions. And once you submit as a final question, you have an option for reviewing. Once you reviewed, and when you click on the submit button, it actually gives you the scoring, whether you passed or whatever the score you have done. Indeed, you need at least to be scored as 700 out of 1000, which is a 70% of all the questions. I'm sure that if you can go through my test questions which I'm giving you, if you can read on, if you go through at least 2 or more than 3 times at least, I would recommend if you can answer these questions. I'm sure that you would be getting at least 99% of scoring can be done easily because of the questions that I'm giving you to test on almost the real kind of question. I hope this is useful for you, and this explains how to schedule your exam and how to prepare on the day of your schedule. Hope that helps you. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. In the short lecture, we will be taking a Azure free trial sign up, so that we will get a free trial for 30 days worth of the 200 in USD, or in your local currency, whatever it is equivalent, so that you can test, you can do all the testing along with my course. All the app can be practiced with the help of Microsoft Azure free trial. In case if you have already subscription, you can skip this lecture and go further, but make sure that it's good to have a free trial so that you can give it a try. So within this trial, it would ask for us a validity purpose, the credit card. Post to that, it would actually return back the $2 whatever it has charged back to you within 24 hours time. To begin with the subscription sign up process, I need to enter here my username. I mean, you can have any of the user ID. For example, in this case, I have Gmail ID, so you can sign up with any of the existing email ID. So once you have created a Microsoft ID, you can simply go for signup.azure.com and the sign up offer, or just go to Google and search for Azure free trial. That would actually come up for you to enter the that would actually land up at this page, and where you need to enter your user details like your username, first name and last name, and the email ID and the phone number. So let me enter here, like I can enter my name, and the last name is Matty, and then the email ID which I have just a testing account, so it can be my JetPNF Pavan. Let me copy paste maybe, and once I have entered the user ID, I need to enter my password, my phone number. That's where it is actually gonna verify a phone SMS code will come back to my mobile, and I need to validate that I'm really exist. That's how Microsoft is gonna validate. Post to that, it's gonna ask for the credit card details. So let me go back to that phase. So it's gonna text me with the validation. So I can simply enter my code, and here I need to enter my verification code which I received in my phone. So that's cool. And once I verified, a mobile identity is confirmed. Now it's a time for the step 3 to identify my credit card. Now I need to enter the credit card details. It's going to charge for me, and I'll just blur the screen, and I'll pause and continue from there after entering the credit card details. And now
once it's done, you can agree the terms and conditions. That would actually sign up the process. It's a straightforward the Azure portal sign up, and make sure that once you signed up, whatever the resources you are going to create, try to either stop it manually if you're trying to create virtual machines, or try to delete them so that you're not going to charge it back. And this is just the training kind of thing, how to get it, or you want to schedule a live demo on demand videos can be watched. So in my case, I don't want that, so I can simply continue to the portal. That would actually go to Microsoft Azure portal. That's where I can check out the layout and other things if I want to customize. This is the page which